Diese Konferenz wird nun aufgezeichnet.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our annual meeting of the Digital Printing Working Group. And I would like to give the mic to our convener, Klaas Bickeböller.
Good morning, everyone. I think this is not the first online meeting for any one of us, but it's the first online meeting of the Digital Printing Working Group. And it's really a pity that we can't meet in person in Munich, though at my home, at least, the coffee is better than in Munich at FOGRA, but so that's an advantage. But still, I hope that we will have a fruitful meeting. We will, of course, we will get updated by Andy about the ongoing projects, but I always repeat myself when I say this is the platform where we all have the chance to tell FOGRA which research will really help our industry, ourselves, our customers, and everyone to keep printing alive, although Andy's working on other things than printing, although it's called 3D printing. For me, it's not printing, but we'll learn something about it. And yeah, I repeat it again. Please tell FOGRA what are your daily issues where FOGRA might be able to help. And let's try to find interesting new projects. And if we have more than one project or two projects, of course, we have to put priorities. And there, I think it's very important to stress again that meanwhile, since maybe 15 years, FOGRA is not allowed to do research to have something to do anymore. It has to be relevant research, and if something is relevant, is judged by the number of small and mid-sized companies who are keen to participate in the projects, to spend time and spend money, for example, by doing test prints, by spending money to come to Munich to meetings, things like this. So really think about it. If you haven't thought about it yet, we have a whole day, and hope we have, as said, a fruitful meeting, and give the mic back to Andy.
Yeah, Klaas, thank you very much. And we have still people joining here our meeting. A few words housekeeping. We will start our agenda soon, but as you have realized, we are here with on the GoToMeeting platform and not on the GoToWebinar platform, and that means there is no kind of a two-class system where the presenters have to upgrade you. Everyone can share his or her mic and camera, so please be disciplined with unmuting yourself and also with sharing cameras for bandwidth's sake. That is one point. And another point, or people told me this morning already, of course, we have a complete new website, and you will see it here at different occasions. But that means since we have also new databases, you need to register at the website again. So all the logins with respect to accessing meeting protocols and video recordings and minutes and this kind of stuff is requiring you a complete new registration. Again, we have the mailman list. This is already taken. This is not changed at all, but the login you have with our website. Okay, that being said, just looking for our Claudio. Are you also already on board? He's our co-convener, and I would briefly ask him to say hello at the beginning. Are you saying something? It's very faint right now. Claudio, are you on board already?
Yes.
Okay, it's very hard to hear you, but just go on.
Let's see if I can change my settings.
It's very faint and very noisy and
Better now?
a little bit
now?
better.
Okay.
A little bit there. It's still very pleasant.
Yeah, maybe I have to
Now it's
fix my
better.
camera. Yeah, but I'm almost shouting at my microphone.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, a little bit stress for me to talk this loud. Yeah, hello everybody. I'm the co-convener, Claudio Willmans, working for EFI Germany, located in Ratingen. And I also wish we have a good meeting today and that we can change something in our printing industry for the future.
Oh, great, great. Maybe you can check your mic in the time being to get a better sound quality here. Yeah, and also on behalf of FOCRA, welcome anyone. I should also greet you very warm-heartedly from Mr. Neufeld and our Institute Director. And with that being said, I would jump directly into our agenda. And after opening the meeting now, we will have a roll call of attendees. And I simply read your names based on the list here, and you briefly introduce yourself, and that we know who is with us today. I just go with my list here. Berthold.
Okay, hello, this is Berthold from FOCRA. I'm working in the pre-press department under Andy. Yeah, hello to everyone. I hope we have a fruitful meeting.
Okay, then we have Klaas, but we have it already. Then we have Florian Betzler.
Hello, I am Florian Betzler. I'm working at Andy's department, and I hope we have a nice meeting today.
Ludwig Sins.
Yeah, hello, I'm Ludwig. I'm working in the printing techniques department, and currently I'm working on a high-speed inkjet project and will do a presentation later in the meeting.
Okay, Martin Wimmer.
Hello everyone, I'm Martin Wimmer. I'm also from FOCRA. I work in the group of Andreas Krauser, and I also have a presentation later regarding our deep quality project.
Thank you. Then Philip Kotzer. Okay, we can come to you later if there's some difficulties. Then we have Yuan Li.
Hello, good morning. This is Yuan, working in the pre-press department of FOCRA.
Hello, then Akihiro.
Hello, I'm Akihiro Ito, Fuji Xerox Japan. This is first time to attend this meeting for me. Thank you.
Normally we have the first time attendee badges, you know, when you go at FOCRA, but then we have it next time, but then you can have a second time attendee. Okay, great to have you, Akihiro. Arjen Goldschmidt.
Looking for the mic. Hello, I'm Goldschmidt from Canon Production Printing in Germany, specialist for high-speed inkjet.
Okay, we have then Claudio. We have it already. Thanks. Craig.
I'm Craig Reevy, also representing Fuji Xerox, and I'll give some activity report shortly.
Okay, Daniel Siegel.
Yes, good morning, Daniel Siegel from UPM Technical Customer Service, paper manufacturer.
Welcome. David Horstmann.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm David Horstmann, and starting today, I'll be writing my master's thesis at FOCRA.
Welcome. Donatella Saric.
Hello, everyone. I'm Donatella Saric, and I'm the PhD student here at FOCRA in the pre-press department, working on the topic of gloss, and I will explain later in the presentation.
Then we have Doran Pitigoy.
Hello, Dorin Pitigoy from Color Service Transilva, Romania. Nice to hear. and see some of you.
Cool, good to have you. Florian Süße.
Good morning, Florian Süßel, Beuth University of Applied Sciences, still Beuth. It will be renamed to Berlin University this year, and European Color Initiative.
Welcome. Frank Lautke.
Yeah, good morning, Frank Lautke. I'm working as an application support for Screen Europe.
Welcome. Georg Lutz.
Hey, good morning. I'm George from JM Technical Textiles, printing specialist there.
Welcome, George. I need to get used to it. Gregory, hi.
Hi, Andy. I'm Greg. I'm a PhD candidate at NTNU Color Lab in Norway.
Hanno Hofstadt als nächster.
Hi, I'm Hanno. Good morning. I'm color scientist at GMG in Germany.
Oh, then we have Heidelberg Connect user. Who's behind that? Nick, it's you?
No, I don't think it's me, because at least on my screen I see NP. And I always register at Nicholas. Okay. Anyway, Nicholas Pfeiffer, Heidelberger Druckmaschinen.
Okay, maybe we have some leftover. Let's see.
Okay. Thanks.
Good to have you. Henning Kramer.
Hello, I'm Henning from GMG, also working in Germany.
Okay, Jochen Günther just wrote me that he's on mobile and he cannot speak right now. He's a consultant based in Munich and also a long-time attendee here. Joe, Judy?
Good morning, Joe Judy from Switzerland, digital textile printing.
Jürgen Seitz?
Hello, this is Jürgen from GMG, Germany.
Welcome. Jürgen Gemeinhardt?
So, hello, I'm Jürgen Gemeinhardt. I'm responsible for the department printing techniques at FOCA.
Liane May?
Good morning, Liane May, application specialist, X-Rite, responsible for our color management solutions.
Welcome. Marco Matuszka? I see some technical problems right now. He's unfortunately not with us anymore, Marco. He left FOCRA, but he went to a company called Visu, close to FOCRA, and we will stay in touch with respect to joint projects. So this will be, yeah, a positive and a negative side, as always, or as very often, like Klaas Beckepolo and others. Markus Barbieri?
Yes, hello, Markus Barbieri from Barbieri Electronic Italy.
Okay, then Marianne Tehani.
Hello, I'm Mariam Tehani. I'm a trainee at the pre-press department here in Munich.
Okay, then I see Nick Pfeiffer, so we skipped some Heidelberg user. Let's say who remains. Olaf?
Olaf Trümmer from Color Software and European Color Initiative, it's ECI.
Nice to hear your voice, Olaf. Okay, Rabea?
I think Rabea is not in today.
I see her and she unmuted herself right now. So
okay.
I just read the names of the people being logging in, so that's why.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, this is live data. But some people, you know, if there's a problem with the mic, we can come back to you, Rabea. Yeah. Because we don't hear anything right now. Sabine
Can you
Röhl?
hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Now,
Sorry,
loud and clear.
I picked up the wrong mic from my setting. I'm Rabea Peisen, application specialist at X-Rite in Germany, responsible for printing applications.
Welcome. Sabine Röhl?
Hello, everybody. Here's Sabine Röhl from Heidelberg Printing Machines.
Good morning. Sarah Dörr?
Hello,
everybody, here's Sarah Dahl. I'm writing at the moment my bachelor thesis at Fogra Previous Department.
Tobias Fries.
Hello, here's Tobias Fries from BHS Corrugated, project manager for digital printing.
And Joaf Pressler.
Good morning, everybody. Stratasys 3D printing.
And the only one who's vaccinated, I expect, at the moment here.
I'm vaccinated twice, and my children are vaccinated twice.
Yeah. Stop. I'm envy here. That's good. Good. Let's see. Did we have missed anyone here? Just unmute yourself and let us know in case you have entered in the meantime, or I remember that we have skipped one. Okay, if that is not the case, oh, Mark Mahi has arrived. Mark, can you introduce yourself briefly? It's hard to hear you. There seems to be still a problem with the mic, but then you can do it later, no problem. And Marcus Barbieri also, yeah, okay. Does it work? Okay, anyone who's with us and has not introduced herself or himself, just let us know, and then we can add you, of course, to the attendance list. And we have a virtual attendance list. That means we note who is with us, and then in that respect, I do sign for each participant here who attended remotely. That is the technology, so to speak, the way we use it for the officially sign-up sheet in that respect. And again, I forgot to say that we record that meeting. As always, you can then later access our recording here to see what has been discussed in the remaining time and also in the last meetings. And that is also available on the website after, again, initial registration on this all new website. Okay. With that being said, we shared our agenda on the web page, on our new web page. We will see it more often today, and then I would ask you: is there any request to change it, to change the sequence, or to add something, or to revise something? We can briefly go through it. You know, we will have here this liaison matters. We then have our main points, the new projects, part 6. We will then talk about the main contents of ongoing projects. We talk about this white point scaling, recommended versus individual charts, discussion of SCTV, appearance printing, just a brief update. And then an update about our process standard digital. We will then have ongoing research projects, just a 10-minute about update about the ongoing research projects. We will then have finished research or closed research projects, where we give you a summary of what we have done. And then there is the last point, requirements for the next meeting. Again, which we will then do in the post-corona time, along with the color management symposium, where you can save the date already. That is the agenda. And again, if you have anything to update us right now, let us know. Otherwise, we do confirm the agenda. Okay. We don't have ongoing action items in that way, so that we can also skip that one. And that brings us to our topic 5, where Greg can share his screen to update us on the ICC activities. So Greg,
can you make me presenter, Andy?
Sure. Just did it. Does it work?
Yes, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we see the blue screen.
Yeah, that's the one I mean. And
perfect.
Shall now try to show you something a little bit more interesting.
Here we go.
So this is, first of all, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Just wanted to give you a summary of some projects relating to digital printing, and they asked me to do that. I thought 3 projects might be interesting. The consistent color appearance CIE TC work. FOGRA, as you know, was involved with that project, and some others on the line also have been participating. Then a project I reported on a little bit last year, which was the selection of substrate metrics for high-speed inkjet digital printing, and maybe also a little bit related to the FOGRA project, and high dynamic range imaging. So these are the 3 topics that I thought I'd do a quick summary. So first of all, the consistent color appearance project, and for this one, unfortunately, we had quite a severe impact by the COVID work. But actually the work that FOGRA has done has now been completed and results published. I put here around the details from the FOGRA website, but today I went to look and I couldn't find them. But maybe I was looking in the wrong place. Perhaps you can let me know and I'll update the presentation for the minutes.
Yes, I can show it in a few minutes when we go to the website and I don't interrupt you, and then I can show the website. Yeah,
that would be helpful. Just maybe I was not familiar with the new website. So as I say, work was severely impacted by COVID restrictions over the last year, and actually very shortly after the last digital printing working group meeting. That I think was the last time I left my house in the last year, more or less. We had limited or no access to laboratories at RIT and NTNU, and because of that, CIE agreed to a 1-year extension to allow the work to be completed. There was some work from Yamagata University in Japan, and I'll give a short summary of that work. At the moment, of course, we still have some work to do, but it does seem, even the work that's ongoing, it seems unlikely that we'll be able to recommend an objective measure for consistent color appearance. But we do have, the groups involved in the research work have developed some useful tools that would allow different approaches to be assessed and compared. So I think that might be still useful result from this project. And this is just a summary of the work at Yamagata University. And the work there is looking at the idea of a trend line. And in some ways, this is very similar to FOGRA's research work, where in the case of FOGRA, you're looking at transitions from one color naming space to another. And in this case, this project is looking at the idea of a trend line, which is the lines that people choose to map colors from one gamut to another, and then measuring how far away from that trend line the colors have actually been mapped. And so that's an interesting project. You can see some results down in the bottom right corner here, and you can see there's some correlation between the data just by quickly looking at it. So we hope that in the next year we'll be able to make a CIE report. And as I say, at least on the method of comparing different strategies. And the second project that I wanted to mention is again, I mentioned this project in the last year's meeting, which is substrate metrics for high-speed inkjet printing. And the problem is summarized here, that today we'd like to be able to select substrates for paper substrates for high-speed inkjet printing just using conventional paper that's commonly used for conventional printing. However, what we discover when we do that is that we can't see an easy way to select paper that will give good quality results. So there's none of the current metrics that are published give us a good way to predict whether the paper quality will be good or bad. So what we wanted to do with this project was to explore ways that would allow the user of an inkjet press to order paper from the paper manufacturer, or at least to be able to predict whether the paper would give a good result or not. There was an ad hoc group set up in TC130, relating to TC130, and we did look at many metrics for different substrates, and this just shows a summary of 3 tests that we did. So one with a Fujifilm dataset, the other with ad hoc group data that was collected. And then we assessed each of these based on the image quality assessment by the manufacturer of the inkjet press. And we could find combinations of metrics which gave a good correlation, and we think this it shows a good direction, that instead of looking for a single or maybe 2 metrics, we need more to decide whether a particular substrate is likely to produce good quality or not. We just recently published a paper, and I put the link to the paper in this document, which Andy will circulate with the minutes, published by IARIGAI, which is an industry association. They publish quite a good level of research reports. And this is the studies that we reported on. One of the combinations with one of the problems with the high-speed inkjet printing is that these presses don't usually print directly on the substrate, but they process the substrate in some way before they print. And this process makes it very difficult to look for to try to correlate a physical process, such as the way the ink is transferred from an offset blanket to a sheet of paper. There's no simple correlation between the way the ink is jetted and the original measurements of the substrate, because it's modified by the usually some kind of a pre-process of either a coating or some other pre-process. And so that's the current status, is that we're still looking. We would like to have other inkjet press manufacturers join the project. We already have results from 3 presses, but we would like to have a much larger set of presses to do the study. You can see the companies that are involved. Not all these companies have been able to find the time or energy to participate in the testing. And then the last project that I wanted to talk about is the high dynamic range imaging. And actually there's quite a lot of work happening in this area in 4 different groups that I mentioned here. Just briefly to summarize these, the ICC has HDR working group. Actually, we'll meet tomorrow from 4 p.m. UK time. That group is being driven by Apple, you can see from here, but also with significant interest from W3C, Dolby, Adobe, and others. There is also an activity in TC42 to define color encoding for the HDR, and Nicolas Bonnier from Apple is leading that project. Of course, one of the big issues is what will you do with a web browser in a world of HDR imaging? And Chris Lilly from W3C has established a project with a group called Color on the Web Community Group. And you can see that some of the members here from Dolby, Google, BBC, NHK, and Netflix, Adobe, and so on. Quite a large participation in that activity. That's looking at many more aspects than color, because the web browser has a lot of aspects to address before it's possible to display high dynamic range image sequences along with static standard dynamic range images, for example. But just to know, oh, the last one I shouldn't forget, which is a recently formed CIE-TC, which will provide guidelines for definition and evaluation of high dynamic range images and image sequences. And that work's being done at NTNU, or being led by NTNU, I should say. Significant overlap between all these groups, because it's a new topic that does need to be addressed in the next, as soon as possible, really. So this is a slide which just summarizes the current situation. So there's a lot of work has been done in the past by ITU, where they standardize capture communication display of moving high dynamic range images. And that workflow is more or less well established, with good guidelines for how to capture and distribute the data. 2 approaches, so there are 2 methods that you can use. One is perceptual quantization, driven largely by Dolby, but also hybrid log gamma, HLG, which has been developed by BBC and NHK, primarily with a view to broadcast of live content, where there's not so much time to tweak the data so that it appears perfectly on screen. the ITU provide some recommendations for interoperability between these two standards, because obviously there is a need to be able to convert one to the other. PQ primarily has a focus on motion picture, and obviously BBC and NHK need to be able to know how to broadcast motion picture images. So the current areas of interest in the groups that I mentioned, at least, are the simultaneous display of HDR and SDR content, compositing, high dynamic range and standard dynamic range motion picture content. If you think of the problem of putting just titles on a high dynamic range image, and the level of the white needs to be carefully controlled so that it's not going to burn your eyes. Effective display of HDR content on an SDR display. So this is quite important for graphic arts, where we'd like a PDF document to be able to be displayed, to contain HDR content and to be able to be displayed effectively on either HDR or SDR display. Same with a web browser and other document editing tools like Microsoft Word or the like. And from the point of view of, finally, I come to the point for digital printing that we would like some route to effective printing of HDR content. And as I note here, print is almost always standard dynamic range by definition. The current ICC proposal that again we'll discuss tomorrow is to have an additional tag for ICC version 4 profiles. It's called the Coding Independent Code Points tag, which takes a lot of the metadata that's used by both PQ and HLG and standardizes that in a tag. Now the idea of putting that data can then be used by anyone who understands how to render HDR images, and the HDR content is preserved precisely with no loss. The ICC profile in that case would be then used to provide an approximate rendering of the image, or you could say a preferred rendering of the image for display or print on an SDR device. The current debate is whether that tag should be in the ICC profile or in the image format, and there are clear advantages for each case. And of course, there's a third choice, which is put it in both, but that might be more complicated than either of the other two choices. And I think that's all that I have to report on. I don't know if anyone has any comments or questions in addition to that.
Thank you very much, Greg. Unfortunately, only the web app from GoToMeeting has a raise hand button right now. So if you use this Windows or Mac version, the starter app, it has not. So we kind of just start asking your question, and then we find out how well this is working in our meeting. So thanks for the update. Is there any question for Greg with that respect? Maybe when you said it will be decided tomorrow, we can say the ICC meeting is ongoing this week with time starting at 5 or 6 o'clock CET this week. So for those who are interested or already aware of it, that's why we have also the ICC meetings taking place this week.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no question, I can again thank you again, Greg. Nice overview. And I would like to tell you, you can here research breadcrumb, prepress, and common color appearance, and you can still just look for just put it in the folder here and then you go to consistent color appearance and then change to English. Do you see that, Greg?
Perfect. I can see that.
Okay, and then the only small problem is that our web tool will be free of charge for anyone, but we need to retarget it to another host domain, and that's why it will be unavailable for a few weeks to come. But then we plan to provide it free of charge for anyone. It's just about a question of a few weeks to move it to another domain.
Okay.
Because we don't host it as FOGRA, we would like to have it externally located and hosted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, if you don't find it, just use the finding option here. Cool.
Perfect. Thank you.
I thank you again, and that brings us back to our agenda. I also see a few people joining in, so maybe we just give you a quick chance, Albin Baranauskas, to introduce yourself. Everyone can open and close his mic directly, yeah, please.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Andy. This is Albin Baranauskas. I'm Managing Director of Techcon GmbH in Germany. We are a producer of color measuring instruments and software solutions. And I'm working with that company 26 years now. And I'm following the group since many years. And I'm happy to get the latest news from the market. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And then Antonius Köster is also now with us.
Good morning. So I'm Antonius Köster, CEO of the same name of company, GmbH, and we are focusing on 3D scanning and processing 3D files for 3D printing in different fields, from art to medical and toy design. And we are mostly interested in the research results in all these projects regarding 3D color printing.
Perfect. Good to have you here. Then we have Charles Lopez.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Carlos Llopis, not Lopez, Llopis.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I work on Inedit software in Barcelona. I am also a shareholder of the company. Yeah, we develop RIP software mainly for the textile industry. And yeah, we are interested in, let's say, how the standards will go into this specific industrial market where there are no standards at this moment. So very interesting to look for new opportunities in this aspect.
Great, good to have you. Shangji? Who? Okay, you can try it later. A former FOCRA intern now. Okay, now I see you are unmuted. Just a brief introduction, Shangji. Okay, then we have Chris from Greek.
Hello, good morning. Actually, I'm a PhD student. I work on standardizing on digital printing, and I work in the biggest offset printing company. We most print commercial printing. And I'm most interested in standardizing printing, but every information is welcome, of course.
Great, good to have you. Then we have someone called CS here. Again, if you feel free, just unmute your mic and introduce yourself briefly. Otherwise, my colleague Florian Betzer will approach you directly to get your contact details. Some new name. Daniel Almstedt.
Yes, speaking. Thank
Just
you
introduce
for.
yourself.
Yes, sure. My name is Daniel Almstedt. I'm a managing director of Mods Graphic Studio in Stockholm, Sweden. We are a small image pre-press and retouching company, and we are very interested in some of Fugra's work at the moment regarding AI. So that's why we are joining to see and listening to what you have about this.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Good, great. Yeah, just one more general comment here. Normally, when we have projects and PA, project advisory meetings, this will be half a day or a day just fully connected and dedicated to that specific project where we discuss lengthily about that one. Our technical committees today and tomorrow for pre-press will be kind of a helicopter perspective. That is something I try to make clear, everyone, that you don't have the right expectations. Here you are getting the overview of all the projects in that area, where we are coming from, what we are doing right now, and where we are going. Whereas in the normal, I would say, PA meetings, we have then half a day or more time to speak about one specific project. That is just a small differentiation. And as Klaas pointed out, 3D printing is a new topic, and of course, we somehow blue-eyedly expected that the 2D industry is kind of going in also in that area, but this was not the case, or mostly not the case, and so we still see that the 3D printing arena is a different animal. But still, we don't have a separate technical committee for this specific market segment. That is something we are working on, and maybe in the mid future we will have also a dedicated 3D technical committee for then not having too much confusion about the projects, because sometimes if you look at the projects, we also recognize that there is not only the largest intersection, to say it in that word. Okay, and one word with AI with respect to Greg's presentation. We used machine learning, to be more correctly, in that space, also to have a look on the data set. And I sent you some feedback, Greg, already, and we also do it anonymously in our Web Academy, where we show in our Web Academy and our AI course what we can do with AI to analyze and cluster those kind of data sets. And this was quite promising, so we have to follow that up, Greg, individually, of course, but that is also a nice case where things again commingle and interact together.
Yeah. Did you say you already sent me that, Andy? Or
yeah, but this was already 5-6 weeks ago, where I sent you intermediate findings and asked you if you are interested in an online chat. I can resend it to you. Just check for 6-7 weeks ago.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that. If you would resend, that would be helpful. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I've seen Martin Bailey. Martin, are you with us?
Andy, this is Martin Bailey from Global Graphic Software. So for the people who don't know us, we provide software technologies for use inside digital front ends for digital presses more than anything else, but that's our primary focus.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Back to our agenda. We are now coming to point 6 in our agenda, which means we would like to collect your problems, because to be very straight, we use German taxpayer money to make your problems to our projects. That is the shortest way I found so far to summarize what we are doing. And in order to get that project money, we need to apply very nice applications where we make it crystal clear what is the pain in the small and medium companies in German, our backbone, and to strengthen them and to find problems in a way that if we are solving them from FOCRA point of view, how can we benefit the small and medium companies in that market segment? That is the short story. And with that, I'm using our digital printing working group email list to share the agenda and to invite you to give your feedback, because I do not expect big, completely new ideas to be born at that meeting. Typically, our experience tell us that this is kind of a process, and normally those kind of ideas are born in between, and then we have small groups of people thinking about it, making brainstorming, and then come up at this meeting to present this idea or this question. But nevertheless, still we have further ideas. You know, we can still let us know if you have an idea based on what we say, and that is something we can discuss then, of course. Again, and if something is unclear, just use the mic and say, and then I know that we can give you the mic and you can ask something, because we don't have the raise hand button here in that GoToMeeting ecosystem, unfortunately. Yeah, evaluation of single pass inkjet uniformity, that is something you have seen quite, I think, 1 or 2 years at least. That's why we just give a one-page update on what we planned. Then the unified print quality management system, this is also something we discussed last year. And again, you can register once and then see the video recording from last time. And that is also for the other people being new here, an option to log in, get to the video recording, and fast forward to the point which is interesting for you to see, okay, what people have discussed what, and what was the conclusion at this time. Then there's a new project here we are planning, physical-based 3D color rendering. Again, it's a little bit off topic here, but still, unless we have a dedicated 3D printing technical committee, we would at least briefly discuss it here to let some people know what we are doing here. And then we have dedicated PA meetings where we only discuss about that specific 3D printing topic of course. Okay, let's jump in. But before that, I have a very sad news, and I would like to use that 30 seconds of silence here, because Christoph Degel, a former FOCRA intern and also a very nice guy doing his bachelor's thesis, and you see the title, was very highly involved in what we're doing here, passed away, born 1985, so much too early. So I kindly ask you for a few seconds of silence. Thank you very much. Okay, that is now our recap here of what I would like to show you. You need to log in here, and then there is this registration button. And then if you click that registration button here, you can then say, okay, who you are, and if you are a FOCRA member or technical committee participant, that is what you have to do here, FOCRA partner or Web Academy subscriber. And please use also the newsletter, because it's quite good. Okay, that is something here. And then if you are registered, and if you are then here part of, if you're registered and you log in, then and only then you have access to here the technical committees area here on the download areas. And then you can go, you see we have different technical committees, and in digital printing here you have then access to the minutes, the slides, the video recording of the recent meetings here. That is just the way it works. Again, if you have any questions, contact us directly. So we don't have the old system anymore. This is what you used to know typically, but completely forget about all the registration we have here. Okay, good. Then we had our Greg. In case you haven't seen him before, I like that paper photo so nice. I use it every time. Maybe the next one you send me a photo when you are doing your football game. Okay. That is now topic 6. What I was speaking about, and we introduced that before, and it was just a question of prioritization. And based on other topics also being important or considered to be important, so far we always decided not for that project or for other projects being more important to apply, such as the last time we preferred the 3D, the textile printing project, which we will hear some progress about later. What we found at those time more important, and that's why it's always a question of discussion and see who is driving it. And you can see by joining this kind of meeting, this is the time and the space where you contribute here and let us know what is more, where's the burning desire creator. Here the idea is simply for high-speed inkjet systems where you might know that there are at those borders where the heads are connected to each other some density or color changes depending on the system and depending on the corrective actions being in hardware or software, more or less. And the idea here is simply to develop a new method based on many existing metrics available, but not really some method available with respect to being internationally defined and being based on consensus, where both manufacturer and user can say, okay, that is a metric we accept, and that is something where I understand that those tolerances mean something with respect to visual discrepancies and visual defects. That is missing. For the time being. There are a lot of individual proprietary methods to measure it, to compensate for it, we know, yes, but there's nothing published. And that is the main topic for FOCRA as a referee. You might know I'm also a soccer referee, but that is during the week we are also doing this refereeing projects where we are not only applying for the rules are because we're also designing the rules. That is the biggest difference between FOCRA and anyone else mostly in the world. We are both trying to nicely designing rules and then playing and testing and qualifying according to the rules. Is there someone in the audience who can update us on the need, on the motion in the market, to what level that such a method would be desired or expected? Seeing in the audience, I can expect that Martin Bailey maybe can update us briefly, or Tobias Fries from BHS, who contributed so far.
Yeah, I can tell you that as a company, we're working with quite a large number of inkjet companies, both single pass and scanning, using some technology that we call print flat, which is essentially a software adjustment before sending data to the heads to compensate for macro banding effects and also some specially created halftone screens that are designed to mitigate the micro streaking and mottling effects that you see on quite a few inkjet presses. At the moment, those seem to be doing what our vendor partners require. We're obviously always keeping an eye open in this space and saying, what can we do next? And yeah, is there something that will give us an independent validation that we really are doing the right thing? At the moment, everything is purely visual, And the bottom line is, will someone pay for this print? Which is obviously key, but it would be nice to have something a little bit more scientific and independent to point out.
Okay, thanks, Martin. Tobias, any comment from your side?
Yeah. So we are still interested in that project. So I can fully agree on that. And yes, we have automatic methods to compensate it, to bringing the heads to humidity through the web width. But the problem is we have nothing to check the compensation, and is it acceptable from the customer. So we have only numbers, and we know that numbers are quite okay, but there is, we need that referee you mentioned, Andreas.
Okay.
And the measuring method at the moment is the biggest problem for us, because we are now on 2.8 meter width, and that's not any more possible with the FD9. So we need to investigate some time in that.
Yeah. Okay. Again, I don't want to spend too much time unless you are there's some question or some other contribution here to that topic. Again, and if we collect all of our projects and this topic here, we discuss the meaning of them and have a look what are the next ones where we should apply for, because that is more or less the technical or the question, because we have limited resources, of course, and we can't apply for all at the same time. So that's one that's important for us to agree a little bit on the systematic or the sequence of importance.
It's Claudio here from, sorry, EFI.
Go on, Claudio.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, better, a little bit over too loud, but okay, much better than before.
Okay. So what was just said, that at a width of 2.8 meters, we are unable to check this with the FD9. I think what's really important from my perspective is that we need to find just a measure, maybe just on an A3 page width or something like that, that we can understand easily and adapt to everybody, for the printing system manufacturers, for inline systems. So I think it has to be unbound from the current FD9 approach. It has to be something that is open, usable at ease with any device. So if you can use a camera system, inline camera system, for example, and get some RGB data from it that correlates to LAB data that we measured offline, for example, that would be a big step ahead from the current approach. And if we can prove this for an A3 page width, then we can easily adapt it to something that is wider or up to 5 meter or whatever size. That's my point of view.
Thank you, Claudio. It was the original idea to split it in different sections. Klaas, please.
Yeah. So one thing, after we introduced the possibility to use the FD9 to do some measurements, I got requests. People started using it, so there is obviously interest in it. People here in this group who bought the FD9 to do this and to got my support to start this know what I'm talking about. But obviously, it's still something which is secret source, and people first want to check it internally. What does it mean? So yes, of course, we want to reach an agreed method, because I think it's a very good advantage if a customer can say, yes, I tested it with this method and it passed, and therefore here, manufacturer, you get the money. But this is, as always, this is something which is complicated. So there is interest, I'm sure. People start using it, so don't underestimate it. And the science I see in this group means, because I know how many people use this method. They're checking it, so don't underestimate it. Maybe we need some time. And basically, I perfectly agree with Claudio that finally we need a method which is completely independent from one measurement instrument. So
sure.
what I offered is something to the group which is not officially supported by Konica Minolta. This is something which I offer to the group to bring this research into something which could go into an ISO standard. But finally, yes, we have to go to a method which is independent from any instrument. But there is interest, and the silence I hear shows me that people are assessing it. Maybe we need to postpone final or intermediate results to the next meeting.
And we can have meetings in between. We can have meetings in between. We don't have to rely on those physical or now face-to-face or online meetings. We can have meetings in between. There's no rule to just have this one meeting. And everyone knows, FOGRA knows that we are vendor neutral. Willst du das Himmelreich, dann halte die Hersteller gleich. So that's why it's that is a very much basic prerequisite for our work, of course. Okay, thank you, Klaus. So that means we can preview or explain briefly one more slide about another idea project, which is called the Unified Print Quality Management System. And here the pain we are mostly starting with is that all of the print image quality evaluation software, you can see a list, hopefully you can read it, provides some method of evaluating quality, and most of them comes at the end to aggregating them with some more or less published method to one score, typically ranging from 0 to 100, like the color rendering index, for instance. And that, of course, this method is highly proprietary, or even you can adjust it individually for many good reasons. And the idea is to do research and to come up with something like an ISO standard where an additional metric is provided, where the calculation, how you have individual measurements and how you deduce an aggregated one number quality value, which is again agreeable, consensual. That means people will not delete their method, of course, and we don't expect it, but to provide that the 70% quality in Bodoni means 84 for X-Rite or 60% for the Heidelberg quality score or color beat, whatever. Yeah, so that is something where we would like to work on that, also discussed and presented last year. If someone there would like to give us an updated feeling from the industry, to what extent that is still a burning desire?
I think it would be very useful.
I just see a new attendee here, being Ray Scheidler. Ray, are you with us? Can you briefly introduce yourself?
Sure, Ray Scheidler, X-Rite.
Okay, good to have you here. I need to do it. Perfect. So this is also again one topic here which is important for us, and after I present the next and last idea, we can have a brief discussion before we enter, before we say try to agree on what is the right sequence for the next projects.
Hello, Andy.
Okay. Yes.
This is Chang Qiwu from China. Maybe
Hi.
only one from China. Yeah. I saw you something. I believe, because I used to saw something from the printhead motherboard company. They developed some methods to assess the print quality. They also mentioned something. Maybe we can just buy something from them to get into our system to do the measurement, to do the assessment. That's my suggestion.
Okay. We always invite anyone to contribute and share what is shareable, of course, yeah, and to make this as open as possible, that anyone has a chance to contribute. And if they decide to not, that's their right, yeah. And it's like ISO standards. You don't have to go there and discuss and agree and debate. Of course, you can live with what other people do. That's coming back to what we discussed with standardization in the textile arena. It's not that the God is coming down and make standards. Not. It's people investing time and money and resources, and if they do it, they will get a standard, and if not, they won't get someone. And we are just in the likely situation here that we can use those infrastructures in Germany, which we don't have in UK anymore, where we used to have PIRA or Switzerland or GATF. They're all dead with respect to having an infrastructure to apply for this general research. And that's a lucky situation, to be honest, for FOCRA to have this ecosystem to get 1/3 of our income approximately. Okay, thanks. Okay, that the last topic is a new one. That's why I have a few slides more. This is something where we enter the 3D arena again. Just a very rough introduction. Again, you might know that with respect to optical properties, you should differentiate between scattering and absorption here. You have more or less absorption here to get it darker. This is what we know with printing for many, many years. But you have also scattering, where you have more interactions, light with some particle, and then light is bouncing around in the media or in the ink. And then here was an alpha value proposed from Philip Orban here from Fraunhofer. And so with respect to some combinations, to making two individual measurements to one alpha value to provide a level of translucency, this milkiness kind of effect, which is very important because many or more and more 3D printers can make use of it. But as we know, we would also like to communicate color in all aspects, and not only color as a diffuse albedo color, but also the additional gloss and translucency effects. And that is something if you see, for instance, skin tone, where you have a lot of scattering, subsurface scattering, for instance, yeah, and you can only render that one nicely if you understand and if you kind of use the light transport within the media, not only at the surface. And here you can see we measured that absorption and scattering, and this is how you combine it to the alpha values here in this case for different media, clear media here from Stratasys, for instance. And you see also what happens to rendering or even printing skin tones. That the alpha, that the translucency is a very big topic for many objects to be printed. And if you are using most renderers, Blender and 3D systems and Microsoft 3D Viewer, most of them use blending like in Photoshop. You have a normal mode and you multiply the values, your device values, and then you get something. One thing is lying on top of each other, and that is alpha blending, and that is not only used in 2D world but also in 3D world. And that means, of course, if you have a large Buddha, this is 1.3 meter here. And that's why, because it's so large, you see it with a lot of interactions of the photons. It's kind of whitish. But if you scale it down, yeah, it looks like here with 15 centimeters, then you have much less material, and so less occasions where you can scatter, and then you can transparent. You get it more or less transparent. But that's not what you would like to have. You scale it, it looks like this, but if the customer expects this, you would like to adapt for that. And that means you need to communicate this kind of translucency feature, which we don't know so much from printing, to be honest. And you can see it here in these openings that we are having a close up here. We are closer to that background here, and you see what happens in the background. So the As always, printing the expected, and this is also right for 3D. If you follow me on LinkedIn, I shared a very nice rent video here, very nice to see. So have a look if you're on the bus or have some time to kill. It's 20 minutes or something like this. But here's someone looking at the renderer and expects something, but then gets something shipped and is kind of disappointed. And here again, this is something you see typically in your sRGB simulation in your web shop, for instance, and that is what you get. Yeah, blurred and thick, you know, geometry thick. You know, this one is much larger here on the right. You see the penguin here, and so this is of course they are disappointed, and we would like, as you know, color management disappoints you at the beginning. We can't change physics, but at least we would like to disappoint you at the beginning, that the designer has the right expectations, and then to work with those expectations at the end. Because without color management, you will be disappointed, but at the end, and typically this here, the frustration is higher, to be put it that way. And again, like we discussed it last year with digital textile printing, and you will see this again later. The same is true for 3D printing. Yeah, we have in the graphic 3D printing arena Mimaki and Stratasys with PolyJet printing, and then we have the pulver bed printing here, the project, for instance, from 3D Systems. And here a multi-jet fusion from HP. And you see this is a typical gamut on that system here, and sRGB is much larger in some extents, and even Adobe RGB. And having the same motivation like in 2D printing, here there's also something like an exchange color space missing. And that is the idea that you have an RGBA, and so LAB, for instance, yeah, so chromatically encoded RGB plus an alpha value. So you have an idea of the translucency of your beer mug, yeah, of your glasses, brillen, yeah. So this is all important when you would like to have this kind of transparency effects. And you can have an OpenGL render and you get the wrong design reference, as I said. Yeah, in that case with an texture, it's simply wrong, physically wrong. Had nothing to do with what you get really later. So what our idea is here to develop with two external parties, the ELM it's not Industrial Light and Magic for those who know that. In the 3D, it's Laser Metrology Institute in Ulm and the Fraunhofer in Darmstadt to work on an alpha renderer who will be then open source to tell people this is the way how you can also render device independent this transparency. And of course, if you have a given printer, let's say a Stratasys J750 or something like this with a specific set of features, what we call printing condition, yeah, then you can do a 3D soft proof, including the thickness and blurriness and blah, blah, blah. And so you get a best fit, a gamut mapped reproduction here with that specific printer. You can make a 3D soft proof, which I show you later, which works quite nice, to be honest. I was also surprised. And then you have, again, this production, and then you have your sourcing, and like in textile, you also would like to get matching sourcing with production in a decent way. And we have also a few ideas about how we can work here together to get this different focuses together with some individual points here, and having a color mod where we are currently evaluating the modeling properties, where we have the soft proofing project finished right now. We will now go to simulate, and so this is the new idea for that project idea. Is there any question with respect to that project?
Andy, maybe I can ask one question then. Please. You've got a lot of detail on this project. Does that mean you're about to apply for it, or what's your status?
That is, yes. Since we have two parties involved and not Forschungsstellen, as we say in German, so two research it's not only FOCRA working on that project, and here the other two parties which are already in an ongoing project are very eager and very contributive, and that's why we have here right now a little bit more to show than with the other ones. But you're right, this is the most progressed project right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I assume you saw the JTC1 request for input from
for viewing light
ISO JTC1 for digital manufacturing.
Not yet.
You should have a look at that because it's somewhat related to this kind of a project.
Oh, please, yeah, please let me know. Send me the information you have. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send you it.
Perfect. Recent AI to crack. Okay. That are the three ideas we have on our radar.
Andy?
Yes, please.
Hi, I have a little idea I would like to share to the community here, which I'm thinking about maybe half a year over Corona time. So I'm working at a textile company. Many of you know me from the last time, maybe. It's my second time in the meeting here. So I want to bring in an idea which makes me think about. So I'm doing at JM Technical Textiles a lot of profiling at the customer side to make sure that our textiles are working good and performing well on the systems at the customer. And I have a little thing that is annoying me sometimes. If I'm having the same material and system and ink combination, but the customer has a different rip, I need always to go to the customer and do the whole process of profiling with linearization, making the ICC, searching the right settings at the customer side, even twice or three times if I'm if the customer has maybe a Caldera rip, I do the whole process with Caldera. Then at the other customer at with the same material and system combination, maybe the customer has another rip solution and I have to do the process again and again. So this is wasting time in my opinion. And the thing I'm missing on the market is a standard format for exchanging every settings in detail for making it possible to doing an ICC, doing a profile for the customer to print with. And this is a very annoying thing for me. So I think a lot of persons who's doing the same thing in the digital printing market like me to go to the customer side to go to the system manufacturers, testing materials, print, make profiles and stuff like that. And the thing is, of course, in every process you have a measurement process where you do the linearization. I'm just talking about the large format because I'm not very into deep what does color management and other things, but I'm really talking for my personal experience here. Of course, in every process, I get an linearization, I get an curve to correct, an ink limit on every system, and then I can do an ICC. And what is not saved in this process is the real setting of the machine. What have I done at the machine? Which which means what path I'm printing and all these this detailed information, like the configuration of the machine, what printheads are in there, what resolution I'm printing, what traveling speed of the printhead is used, and all these little things which have an impact on the output gamut. So I think there's really a thing missing, which combines all the data we need a digital printing process to work. So, and this is like JDF and other printing solutions. There's, for digital printing in the large format, of course, from my perspective, there is a thing missing which contains all these parameters. So, and I just want to have your opinion about that, to discuss that at this little group here of very good people in the printing area, if they have any idea how to solve that.
Thanks,
so that's
George.
that's my problem.
Yes, that's good. That is the most important. We need your problems. That's good. I normally people using solutions. I am looking for problems. Anyone who would like to respond for George?
I can certainly sympathize. If I was in your position, I would be annoyed by it as well. But thinking from the vendor's end, I can see a few things that would be tripwires that we'd at least have to think about if we were to do a project like this. So different halftone screening is likely to change the color reproduction, therefore the profiling. If you've got light cyan, light magenta, etc., then exactly how channels are split into full and light inks is going to change the profiling. And a number of solutions will do some form of prelinearization underneath the profile, which will obviously change how the profiles work. So just thinking about it, I think it's a harder challenge than perhaps from outside it looks as if it would be, but that doesn't mean it's not possible or that it shouldn't be done.
Okay, thanks, Martin. Anyone else would like to contribute?
Maybe I can just mention some work that is happening in one of the other JTC committees. SC28, we're working, actually Colorbase has been providing input. You may be familiar with Colorbase, with Color Concepts, who do have a proprietary standard for this project. Currently, they don't have a plan to standardize that part, but they're looking, the standard that's currently being developed is a way that would allow ICC profiles to be automatically selected by printers. Based on, and the way that that works is, as Martin said, it's quite a complex problem because there's a whole collection of settings that are needed to configure the printer, along with the ICC profile, which is describing the color behavior. And these are combined together in the color-based solution, where they consider these two to go together to make the necessary data to create and use the profile. So creation, you define the two sets of data, and then later on you use the two sets when you want to use the printer. So I do think it's a good project, but I also agree with Martin, it's that would be difficult to standardize, I think. But if you want a starting point, then I would suggest Colorbase would be the ones to talk to for a start. Very good starting point.
Mm-hmm.
Can I add something?
Sure.
Yeah, I just suggest maybe is there any chance we can make some kind of the backlit ICC standard profile for this industry, because there's no such profile. Normally they use Adobe RGB or sRGB, but this is not a correct one. And there's no standard. You know, the brand owners give them the file. This is only tagged with like something Fogla 39 or Grack or something. But this is not good for the backlit application, you know. So I suggest maybe we can have one, you know.
Backlit, okay, backlit printing, okay. We used to have a project there, and we can, Bertolt, you can share the web page in the chat channel. But still, I see it's quite often that the sourcing and production is kind of interrupted, and there are some points in between. But coming back to George first, idea here. Maybe this is a good point for you, George, to contact Marco Roos. He's also a member here in the Digital Printing Working Group from Color Concepts in Rotterdam.
Yes, we know each other. Yes.
And yeah, he would like to be the Moogle, you know, not the Google, but the medium Google, the Moogle, this words. Yeah, so the Google for media, and so Moogle. So that's why. I also agree that this is quite tricky in detail, and you don't know to which extent of printing condition data you can expect the profile to be interchangeable, and when not. And as soon as something changes in a RIP, that is a technical side, and then there's also an a money-wise aspect to that people, maybe if they have a technical solution, maybe they don't are highly motivated to share it, you know. But this is something you can reach out to him and then come back. It's not that you have to wait 1 year, George, not at all. But you can then again come back in this Digital Printing Working Group mailing list and make a thread, and then go, okay, here we are. I spoke with Marco, and he said we can do something about here. And then you ask for a small group of experts and people interested in that, and then you have 3, 4, 5. Normally, you don't need more, to be honest, yeah. And then you come up with more specific, and you present it. And we can have, as I said, an online meeting in summer or in autumn, if you wish, and then we can talk about that. You can apply for research projects the entire year. You don't have to do it in spring or something specifically. So that is something you can, again, invest more and get something back, and then we can maybe discuss it with a smaller group here and make a summer technical committee digital printing working group meeting.
Okay, good.
Anything else?
Yeah. Convener question.
Go, ask.
Point 1, standard format for cross-rip color profiling and printing conditions. If I understood it correctly, you are asking for standardizing the process or the result of color profiling among RIPs. Is this correct?
Hi, it's Claudio. So if I understood George correctly, then he wants to linearize with one RIP and capture all the parameters used for this, whatever this means.
Yes, let me explain
it to a different RIP, right? Was it like this?
So that's. Can you all hear me? Yes, you can hear me.
Nice.
Yes, that is the problem. So every machine has its own settings. Like I don't really let me have a look at the list. Like the resolution, the pass, the travel speed of the head, and like the drop sizes. The preheat temperature, the printing temperature, the curing temperature, maybe the intensity of UV lamps, the feed compensation, the feed speed, the curing modes, the media tensions, and everything on that.
all the bullshit that changes the result. Yeah,
that's it. That's really it, and that is what you have to capture and save, that your process of linearization is safe and fully informated about that. So, and that is it's hard to share all these informations in detail if me as a manufacturer of textiles who's just selling the white textile to the printing companies, and the first question if we try to sell a material is, yeah, hey, I have this and this machine, have you the settings for this, do you have an ICC? So, and this is a hard stuff, and it's hard work to do all the settings in a list and keep that in mind. So if I'm doing a process, I list every detail what I do on the machine, and then I get a linearization and an ICC on one rip, and it's just one combination. So, and if the customer is asking me for something, I cannot share a really good stuff with him if he has another RIP solution there. So I have no plug and play solution for him. And that's the main problem.
That's the nature of printing.
I know.
You mean the unavoidable nature of glass?
The thing is, what you're asking for. Imagine you are now asking FOGRA to solve a problem which has a lot of parameters which are very unique to the production side. So FOGRA is doing research and is proposing methods which helps to mainly evaluate the result. FOGRA is barely giving manuals how to achieve this result, because you described it. You have so many different, many different parameters. You have so many different machines. You have so many influencing factors. So FOGRA is trying to create research projects that shows you, okay, this is a typical scenario involving 20 different machines, 300 different RIPs. But if you want to be safe, this is a measure how to check the result. So your problem, I see your problem, and I fully understand that you have an issue, but this is
it's hard to resolve.
This is very hard to transfer it into a FOGRA research project. You know what I mean? You could ask how can I judge if the settings I did are correct? And what kind of procedure can I tell my customer or my partner, whoever, to evaluate if he gets to the same result? See what I mean?
There, technically, class, it's possible to moderate a group like the RIP correction group moderated by Ellie Khoury, that you say, okay, this is a list of 300 parameters, and then we agree on a definition, and then there's a JDF like ICS, a subspace, and then everyone is collecting it, but this is not really research.
Let's stay realistic.
Okay.
Realistically.
Can I make a suggestion?
Please.
I think, of course, looking into textile industry where you have parameters who also influence the color behavior. But I think when we have a more distinct matter how we calibrate, you know, I'm not too favor of the G7 calibration, but when you have a standard linearization method, after the standard linearization method, the profiles will look very similar.
Disagree.
Also disagree.
Fully disagree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If
A
you
linearization.
Maybe a little bit too off topic,
as
but this is
internally.
yeah, this is
This
more
should
We're
totality.
using our method internally, where we measure the color gamut, and afterwards we spit out the calibration tables for G7, for distance to white calibration, for different kind of calibration. So the calibration part is one of the major elements. As long as the gamut is not influenced in the process by parameters as curing and making color change.
But this is not the question here. So you're referring to an internal method how to achieve a result. So basically, you agree to my statement. Basically, you agree.
I'm looking to the practice. When you look to the B2A tables, when you print and you do a nice linearization, your color gamut is quite linear. It behaves quite linear.
But this is very, very, very technical already. And besides that, I disagree with your statement. We can discuss this off topic. This is not the problem. The problem is, how do I communicate the procedure to get to a result? This was the initial question, if I understood it correctly.
Yes,
parameters involved.
And this is
yes,
far off this, exactly, and this is far off FOGRA's job.
Well,
again, this is open. This is open for discussion, but there are other reasons I can expect that this is harder.
Far off projects which are supported by money from taxpayers.
So it's Claudio here. Once more, I just want to add another comment from my perspective. So what George was asking for is, let's say, one-click solution to export all the details for his press that he used to linearize the press. And maybe he also wants to include the result of the linearization and maybe the ink volume, the total ink volume for his textile. And this could be a proprietary format or a standard format, let's say it like this, which comes from the press manufacturer. So it's maybe encrypted, but interchangeable with all the RIP vendors. So if we integrate it as a RIP vendor to access these parameters with one click, save the result of the linearization, save the result of the total ink limit or ink volume, whatever it is, and export a binary blob that's encrypted, and another RIP can import it, decrypt it, and all the parameters are restored there. And George can immediately start creating a new profile. I mean, as Martin already pointed out, changing the screening, the halftoning will also change your output of the gamut. But these parameters, these base parameters of the linearization, they may be independent of the resulting profile. So you have to reprofile again, but you have you could collect everything else what you did before, export it and import it into any other RIP that supports this.
And nobody is saying that we can't have projects around FOGRA projects. You can have an internal committee of people here alongside Digital Printing Working Group and work on that and share a document where we have a list of properties. But I heard Nick voice.
I think the problem starts with the linearization. If you can't agree which method to use, for example, G7 or TVI or whatever you're using, that's the starting point. And every manufacturer somehow, or every customer I know, has some good reasons for this. And I can't see how you would describe this for each RIP to understand, because then the RIP has, for example, to understand Do you have the ink limit in percentage, in picoliters, or in whatever units and whatever it means? I think the problem is that every press describes their own limitations and their own optimization part in a different way.
Nick, realistically,
yeah,
if you have a digital inkjet press and you think that it's possible to communicate settings to do ink limiting or anything to other RIP vendors?
No.
Thank you.
No, wait, but that's what I meant. It could be just a binary blob. So the press is the same. It's exactly the same press that's implemented by different RIP vendors. So
no, there is no, sorry, Claudio, there is no digital inkjet press which is implemented by digital RIP vendors, except Epson proofers and Canon proofers. Everything else, you have screening methodologies, and you have ink limitation, you have nozzle defect corrective actions inside whatever, how it's implemented in an EEPROM. You can't communicate. You can't communicate settings from one press to another. This is
no, it's
sorry,
not from one press to another. It's the same press. It's the same press, but driven by different RIPs. That's what George was asking for. So it's exactly the same press. So one should be able to get all the parameters for this press that were used, save it.
I agree. It's not a technical problem.
Yeah,
it's not a technical problem, but it's just it's hard to realize for
sure, it's hard, of course.
It's economic reasons. Many people who can do it are not motivated to do it. Yeah, so the people with the I understand that.
But I think it's the wrong thing. It's not the, sorry,
Nick and then Greg.
I don't think it's a RIP. The key issue is you have to talk to the press manufacturers whether they are willing to somehow make a communication between their presses to change or to interchange their settings. Because nobody else will ever understand what they are doing.
Yeah,
and that's what why I say it's it could be encrypted. It could be binary data. So it's the same
but nobody will transfer just some encrypted data from one press to the other. They don't gain anything by doing it.
Not from one press to another. It's the same press, but driven by different RIPs. So if the press changes, it's impossible. Okay, but if it's the same press, if I use a Fiery RIP or Inedit RIP or Caldera RIP, and they all have to communicate the same parameters to the same press, everybody does it different. But we can ask the press, okay, this is my job. Give me all the data that you are using from my RIP to print this job. And then I get some binary data back. And this binary blob I import into a Caldera RIP, and then the Caldera RIP send it to the printer, and everything is restored there because it's exactly the same press. I don't see where the problem is. We don't have a standard for this, and of course the the vendors of the textile presses or whatever press it is, they have to do this, but I think it's a technical issue. It's and then the RIP vendors need to implement something like this.
Yeah. But George, I think you already get an impression of the complexity of your request, and this is the nature to all projects. There is no low-hanging fruits here any around, and that's why, as I said, please go on. We had sorry, we had Greg waiting for it. Sorry, Greg then.
No worries. Only two facts.
to clarify from the RIP software point of view, because the initial pain that George is telling us is he doesn't want to make profiles for each individual RIP software that the user wants to use his textile product, let's say. And obviously, every RIP software is using linearization in its own way, is applying ink limit its own way. Everything is different per RIP software. Plus, every printing condition is absolutely different and can be absolutely different. You cannot control parameters like humidity, the preparation of the textile being applied, the finishing, the steaming, the washing, all this process you cannot. Obviously, you can write it in somewhere, Claudio, in some binary or some open format like the GDF. You can write it. And this only gives you information, but doesn't solve the problem of having to perform a complete calibration per condition or per RIP software. Is not that simple. Yeah. So at the only and initially you talk about JDF, and JDF is, let's say, more or less standardized in the other printing industry, not in the textiles. But everything is based on standard color spaces. If we could define a standard color space for textiles, then you only need to assure that the printing conditions are conformant to this standard, and then you are done. But unfortunately, today we don't have standards, and I don't know how long it will take to have color space standards.
Oh, we will come to that, but now Craig, please. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. There are some FOGRA projects going on this direction, but we are still on the first.
I just want to cut through some of the discussion here, because this is clearly a solvable problem, because there is already a solution, which is albeit a proprietary one, but in the color concepts idea, they do have a mechanism whereby the data that's needed in conjunction with the ICC profile can be communicated to the systems that need it. So that's already done, and I think Andy's action here is quite a good one, and to recommend that we should actually talk to people that have done it before. And the issue is not about the method of doing the calibration, it's about having a standard way to talk about the method of doing the calibration. And I also agree to some extent with Klaus, where he says that this is something that might be difficult for a FOGRA project. That may well be the case, but I think that is, there's no question that it's achievable. It's certainly achievable.
Yeah. It's with textile, again, if you have the hardware issues, again, the topic, just one side note, is from FOGRA project, you need to paint, but you also, of course, need something scientifically new, and some approach where the reviewers, which you don't know, understand that with that approach you can solve that, and that comes together, of course, kind of an economical and a scientific view on that. In here, I totally agree. But let's also, in light of time, I would like to George, ask you to go connect with Marco, and then come back to the Digital Printing Working Group and ask them, and then again you will find some people being interested, and then you can lead a small group, and then depending on some progress you can come back in the group, and then we can make a meeting again here in half a year or quarter year or whatever the progress is. Okay?
Okay, I will do it like that.
Perfect. Yeah,
Thanks
it's not easy. No, absolutely. This is the most important time. Again, the most important reason for that meeting today is, from FOGRA point of view, to get a mandate for new projects. That is the most important time. So speaking about ongoing or closed projects, that's why we reduce them to 10 minutes, yeah, or 15 minutes max, because that is something you can update everyone else. But this is the nature of our meeting here, to involve people, give them the platform to raise their voice, and let's discuss it to see also from FOCRA to get a feeling what is important outside.
Okay, so we understood that this is interesting currently on the FOGRA project, unfortunately. Point 2, standard backlit.
This is something where we just shared one link with a white paper and some resources, and maybe again, Shangji, you can digest this and come back to us with when you think that is already done and what is missing. Yeah.
Allow me one comment.
Please.
As a convener, standard and backlit in one sentence currently
It's a working title, class.
No, what I want to say is don't expect anything realistically applicable to the public within the next years. This is very interesting. It's so complicated. FOGRA did a lot of work on this. Andy will share links in the minutes, hopefully, but my feeling is there is no point in putting priority on this within the next 2 years for FOGRA projects. The FOGRA department has limited resources. There are much more things to be solved which can lead to a result quickly than this very complicated thing. Groundwork is done. There in the links, there's a groundwork. So to say, as a convener, standard backlit within the next 2 years, look at it, collect problems, collect measurement data, collect, and very important, collect applications. What is the problem of the paying customer? I can write you 20 pages of technical issues about backlit, but I don't know if this is
But right, class. This
you
is
know
what
I mean?
we strengthen
That's
this,
why I
and we
say,
will not start making an application when we don't understand the SME pain. You know, exactly as you said. Yeah.
that's why I
So
want to
that's why
say, can we go
point
on to the next, please?
Yeah, no, we don't have a next one. So this is just we asked for further ideas and get the 2 contributions. And for the time being, and with respect to being in the technical committee, we are, and not in this 3D. For me, it's just getting a feeling of what is more important between those 2. This is again, I think we did it last year also with a small majority for the print quality management system. But that is my main questions here when we don't get a complete new topic where we are ready to start to balance between those 2. Just what is A and what is B. That would be my motion here. Do you have an opinion already, class? Or a new proposal, another one which we missed so far?
To be honest, single pass
always.
input uniformity assessment is, from my point of view, something which will get more and more important. I'm unsure if there will be input from enough people. As I said today already, I know there's interest. I hope that people will share their results. And the thing with the unified print quality management system, to be honest, this is not scientific, this is marketing.
So this is also something where you see that you have maybe also a pyramid of metrics. Not only one has just calorimetry, a print control wedge. Other one has registration. Other one has,
Yeah, but
so it's also about including them in a kind of pyramid way.
this
And
the thing is, the print buyer decides the quality assessment.
it's more like
and,
this here.
And
You
there
have
you
an
go.
n-dimensional space. You have an n-dimensional space, and you would like to map them to one number, and this mapping is ambiguous, and you need to find the level of simplicity without oversimplification to solve it. But it's okay. It's perfectly okay. Yeah.
I fully agree, but still, I think that FOGRA time should not be wasted based on something which will be decided based on marketing money. Because from my point of view, please, all attendees, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm only the convener, and I only stress my personal opinion based on experience. And please overrule me. This is a meeting where we all together say, this is what FOGRA should work on. And if I say I don't want this, and if more than 50% says, yes, but we want this, I will shut up immediately. I only try to start the discussion. So
unfortunately, we don't have a poll function here in GoToMeeting.
Unified print quality management system for me is completely marketing related, and the market will decide this, whatever FOGRA will come up with. So for me, this is complete waste of time.
Just to give some feedback from a UK perspective, that we have quite a few members who make some of these products that you listed, who consider that this would be the wrong direction, the unified print quality management system. They think that will not be, they're not so concerned that it will impact their products, but they're just concerned that it won't be very helpful to the market, because they're measuring different things, they think, in each case. But that's just my impression from discussion with several of our UK representatives.
And normally in the progress in the process of developing such a application, this is quite a long time, typically 1 to 6 or 9 months. And that's why you have the people involved, and then you have the discussion also seeing it, and you have this PA, this project advisory group, and they should be supporting that idea. And if you find out that the more you ask, the more say that they are concerned, that also would mean that you stop that project in that time frame, or in that to a later stage, for instance, because it makes no sense, if you, as you said, when that is turns out to be the case. So you would also prefer priority on the high single pass inkjet uniformity?
Yeah, so out of these two, I think that would be the one that where people would care most about it. And I'm sure that they would participate in the unified print quality management system, but it's just they don't feel really that, even if you came up with something, in a way it's kind of meaningless, because they're measuring things that are appropriate for their set of customers. And it's then very difficult to compare one system with another.
Okay. No, I've no problem with that at all. That's why we would like to hear the voices from the industry. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
So I expect there is no one. Yeah, please, Nick.
I think I'd agree with Klaas and Craig that it will be very difficult to make something out of it which will be later on used in the market, because according to my experience, we are too late for that, because most of our customers, they have their own color management or their own quality assessment centers, and I don't think they really want it to be standardized because they want to be better. They have their special things they're looking for, and I don't think there is really somebody who drives for one number which is comparable.
No, there is.
And
It's not from me. Yeah, just a very concrete use case. There's the IKIP system, and Rewe, the biggest print buyer in Germany, requires all the web printers to implement the IKIP systems and support the one number from 0 to 100%, and having this 70%. So now print service providers, like many FOCRA members now, are also printing for the Schwarz Group, like Lidl. And they have another system, the Emelo system. This is not comparable. So they are very frustrated to implement new courses, new software, new hardware to get when printing for this shop with this one, with this one. For the print service providers, this is a pain in the nowhere. And then just have imagine that you then have a third company asking for the third software, and the print service provider has to invest in a third software, hardware, and education to that their operators can manage this one. And that is the pain point, and that used to be the pain point. That's why we have it on our agenda, just to bring anyone up to date.
I agree with your pain point, but I somehow doubt that Rewe will say, okay, I agree to the same standard as Lidl does. They have their standard, and I don't think anybody is powerful enough to change it.
Thank you.
Again, that's the market reality. That is the market.
This is the point, Nick. This is the point. Powerful enough to change it is the print buyer, and there are so many non-technical parameters inside.
I know, Klaas, I know, but then you don't have PDFX, and in many cases,
yeah, but
I see our request.
But this is this is reality, and I don't say forget it, but really, my personal opinion, again, is put lowest priority on it, and
absolutely, it's
and
understood.
now. And I asked participants, please raise your voice. What do you think? And Nick's voice was.
But we have one former heat-fed based printer. Let's see whether
maybe just a short
still with
comment
us.
from.
Okay,
So
may I say something to that issue?
Please.
Okay, I think those brand owners like Rewe and Lidl, they want to check the production for every week. They want to be sure that the production went well. I think we can ask them to have a FOCRA certified system, a tolerance range. FOCRA has evaluated or something like that. They will change to that because they are not interested in having different softwares and everyone has the best one. They only took iQuip or Mellow Color because there was nothing else. So if there is an evaluation based on an idea DPWG or FOCRA had, I think it's no problem to change for them. They are not interested in the special way one vendor told them is the best.
Okay. There are always many views on that, and as I said, there are two projects ideas on the table right now, and as soon as as far as I hear now, the feedback, the sequence would not be to start with that project right now, but it's still it has some genesis, and the more we talk about it and the more we debate here about it, which is good, the more we need to really involve the interested parties and to update them. What would you do when there would be such an object? But from research point of view, from FOCRA point of view, it's about making offers. It make a framework which provides this predictability, which is substantiated, and then let the market decide based on, of course, realistic options. That's for sure. So that's always the idea, and also for the next projects to come here in our agenda. It's also about providing options and then let the market decide whether they use this exchange space or not, and something like this. I see your point, Klaas.
Sorry,
I just have a short comment.
Sorry to be the bad. Yeah. No.
I think this is, as I understood, more a problem of offset printing. We today here Digital Print Working Group, so Lidl and all these print buyers, and then this is more related to offset printing, where you have the Bodonis and the IKIP with the scoring. So maybe we should also move this to the conventional offset working group, discuss it there, just as a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
I think
because in digital we have our PSD standard with ABC ratings, and maybe we should move that, but just a suggestion.
I think in general, FOGRA, ISO, G7, ID Alliance, whoever can make suggestions. What is a good way to check print quality? This project tries to overrule existing methods to judge print quality where people are not happy with the ISO standards. So if people are not happy with an ISO standard, and we again make a project where we make a standard again, does it help? From my point of view, no.
It depends on who's on the board, you know. Yeah, if you don't.
And I don't see the benefit to anyone, really. I don't see any benefit.
Okay, no, it's always you need to have it. You know?
There are ISO standards, there is a FOGRA PSD, there's ID Alliance standards, there are a lot whole of things around, and people can pick. And the result is that there's implementation in 100%, 90%, 80%. Let people decide. It won't help. Sorry for me. This research project is waste of time. Make a bachelor thesis about it. Make a master thesis about it, where a student checks. Well, let's take 10,000 prints and judge it against these standards. What does it mean? See what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
that's why we're discussing here.
Interesting. It's marketing-wise, from my point of view, interesting, but it's nothing where I would raise my hand. Yes, please, FOGRA, spend resources. No.
That's okay.
And I said, this is my personal opinion. I'm the convener, and
we are all acting here as experts.
I'm trying to be very proactive and sometimes very, let's say, stressing people. So I'm trying to get.
It's better to be confronted and challenged with reality now than later.
Yeah, exactly.
I know you, Klaas. It's okay. it's nice to have it and have this critical discussion right now, and not wonder later why nobody's interested or something like this. This is perfectly. I also have a look a little bit on the time here, and that's why I would ask anyone: is there would be a veto on when we conclude that topic here, saying we will focus within that technical committee on that project, and getting more feedback here and seeing what are the technical and market-wise feedback, also, of course, share it within the digital printing working group. You know, our mailing list, everything is archived, so anyone can jump in at every point in time to see what have been discussed and who's in favor and who is not in favor. I think this is the best, or what, not the best, but one good way to provide here some level of substantiation. And as the ISO rule, silence means consent. Is it right, Craig? Right? Nobody's saying anything. We hear it as an approval. I like that that rule. Okay. Then we again have our action items here for George to come back, for Changji to digest it. And I would recommend now a 10-minute bio break. And then we reconvene here at 11:25. And with respect to lunch, what again, I would not ask 50 people here right now, but I would recommend to maybe only have half an hour instead of 1 hour as normally. Would that be okay, or would people insist on having the complete hour later, Ben, about 2:30 ish?
30 minutes is okay, I think.
Okay. Then perfect. Then we plan for having then the lunch break about, depending a little bit on the project and the progress, but about 12:30 to lastly 1 o'clock for a half-hour break. Okay. Thank you very much. And that means we reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. See you.
Diese Konferenz wird nun aufgezeichnet.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And we are now in our topic 7. And as I tried to make clear, it is important for us to get your feedback over the entire year. That means not only at those point in time, but also if you think something is important for you and that the FOCRA ecosystem can help you here, just let us know, and then we can even discussing starting and applying a new project, of course, at every time in place. Okay. Now being with topic 7, where we have our main discussion points, which are the points which are important for the community based on our digital printing working group mailing list. This is the most important single point of truth, so to speak, and that is where we discuss what is important for the community and what is important here for broader discussion to share. And we have now 4 topics. One is at the beginning, the intermediate findings of our media relative work, which we are doing right now. And then I hope until lunch break we can manage the other 4 topics. Also to start after lunch with our ongoing projects. Okay. Maybe if someone could give me a small feedback that everything is now right and clear, because I don't hear anything.
Everything okay?
Loud and clear.
Perfect, nice, Natalia. Perfect, good. Sehr schön, sehr schön, sehr schön. Yeah. It's okay. It's hard if you're not used to face and you don't see anyone. Okay. Yeah, I tried to visualize it very briefly. It's an update of what we discussed the last but one time. That means we all know our side-by-side color accuracy evaluation, where we have deltas between a reference of some kind and a measurement of some kind here, black, and then you have your white point and black point and your differences here, and then you make your statistics to some sort. That is more or less crystal clear. However, when we talk about media relative evaluation, then we do mostly agree that the difference in paper white is 0, so we adapt to it, And we also mean something sequentially, not at the same time, but after a sequence. So we adapt to one media, mostly a print, but it could also be a display, and then at a later time a second one. But technically you can do it like this, yeah. You can do it like in the ICC encoding of the media relative tables. Yeah, you take your white point, wherever it is, and scale it to be 100, 0, 0. And that means you have this 200 and this 200, and then you compare the deltas. This is what we do right now since the inception of PSD in 2011. However, there's also something which is called SCCA, which is defined in 15311-1, which means you change the aim. That means the measurement stays as is, and the aim, for instance, here focus 39 or 51, from the white point it has, this is now only visualized for lightness. The same applies to X and Z from XYZ and LAB for all dimensions, of course. And that means now you correct us here for the 93, and then you do the delta E's. Or what I call here MCCA, just have a measurement instead of substrate, but there might be a better name, of course. That means you change the measurements on the right-hand side of the actual print to match the reference here, and to have always here a white point delta E of 0, and then do the delta E's. And that means we have 3 methods now being able to do the mechanics, to do the mathematics for a media relative scaling to then apply the statistics. And what we did here is first we simply say what are the pros and cons, because everyone has a pro and con, like always in life. And the main question we ask in our also bachelor work from Sarah, she introduced herself this morning, and she's checking, okay, what does it mean to conformance? So in case here we did a snapshot of our database with about 1,000 media wedges, print checks aiming for focus 39, and so what we said is, okay, is it class 1, A. But this is a running ID. But we have also sampled where I said, okay, here, when we are using our current method, we have a B quality, and with SCCA or MCCA, we have an A quality. So we see in 13% of the occurrences that there are differences in the conformance way, yeah, in the conformance level. So a B becomes an A, and this is the interesting thing. It always gets in one direction. That means depending how you would like to say it, hard or mercy, the PSD is always the hardest one. Yeah, if you want to get more merciful or better, whatever you like it, grades, you need to change to the other one. So this is was an interesting finding. That mean, but however, from FOCRA point of view, that would mean changing from that method to that or that, because that was the discussion of last year. Should we not change the metric used underneath the media relative from ICC to SCCA? That was kind of the question, or at one point we discussed the last year. And so that would mean, okay, we would weaken the current implementation, because it would get B would getting an A, for instance. That is one point. And then there are some absolute differences where we simply checked one minus the other. What you might know is when you measure the media wedge, you have then 72 delta E's, but you have also 72 maximum gray differences. You know, the AB difference for the chromatic gray. You have the mean delta E 2000 and the quantile delta E 2000. Those are the 3 figures, the 3 numbers which we evaluate in media relative evaluation. Nothing else. We take the media wedge, 72 samples, and then we compute those 3 figures. And that can be done, of course, with 3 different ways here, and then you simply compare them. And this is what you see in a way that typically the ICC, because you scale them up to 100, of course, the numbers, the color differences are a little bit larger, and that is something you see that mostly they are positive. That means the ICC figures are typically larger than we can also write here PSD, for instance. Yeah, that is just for information. The second one is also something which we said, what happens with the delta CH max here on the y-axis. So if you have a white point difference between your reference and your actual, Then you split it down in delta lightness, absolute A difference and absolute B difference for the ICC approach, or PSD for the MCCA and SCCA approach. And what you can see nicely is really there's a trend. The more shaded the paper, the larger the mean color differences. Because interesting here is that mostly the delta CH, the gray balance, was the reason for the change in conformance level. A similar picture here for the mean difference. What does it mean? And the two colors are simply referring to proofs, which we have also added in our database to see what happens to proofs, typically much closer with its tolerances, but for curiosity, it's also media wedge measurement. And so we also included the proof measurements to see what's going on. And similar thing for the quantile here, where we see some dispersion of the data. So that is something from an intermediate finding of that work. And we also did some work on the actual meaning. So what does it mean from a user point of view when we have different tools here implemented so far, and there are more tools to come, where we check is it using media relative at all, what specific technique is it using, and there are some more detailed questions we are asking. Is it visualizing the delta E's, and when it's doing a report, does it with absolute or media relative LABs, or also the deltas? So there is some, the main question actually is, are practitioners, or what extent of practitioners are really interested in the individual color values, or are most people just interested in the quality level and they are then all set, depending a little bit, of course, how close to the machine, and if you're interested in doing the corrective action and not only to evaluate the quality, of course. And last slide here means, what does it mean right now with the intermediate findings for our work, for the bachelor work from Sarah, to be honest, is that we of course continue the evaluation for other printing conditions, not only FOCA 39, but also 51 and 52 and Greycall and other tools which we are, because the FOCA method is independent. You can use any reference. We also extend the QC tools and their implementation, that anyone is involved who would like to be here contributing. We keep the existing approach for the time being and within PSD, but the main thing here for discussion right now is actually to discuss different changes in our tolerances. And as I said, the main reason for changing the tolerant for getting an A to B or B to C was that the gray balance change in about 60%. But there's also in 40% of the cases, we found out that the delta L for plaque point was too strong. Not only what Dorian Pedigoy reported last time, that if you have a stronger plaque in your output and you would kind of rule it down or report it falsely, whereas it can do better in the parentheses result, we find that also sometimes, especially with high-speed inkjet presses and not so nice papers, you have a delta 5 or 4 or 6 in your gamut similarity darkness. And so the idea here is for a few cases which are quite not really plausible, where you have an AB side-by-side A, but a media relative B. And that is kind of quite strange, and nobody would really understand that if you see something side by side, you get an A, everyone is Champions League. But then if you say, no, if you look at now from memory and you report from memory, then it's worse. And that is something which is not plausible and physiological, not really substantiated. And that is something we would like to chase down. And so that's why this getting the delta L value for the gamut similarity for A from 3.5 to 6.5, that would already minimize those kind of examples and spurious cases, so to speak, dramatically. That is here. And the other second one, just for discussion, it's not implemented at all. You know, we only do it if we get consensus here. It's something that we do scale X, Y, and Z in the XYZ scaling, SCCA, MCCA, or PSD. However, the figure here, the delta CH, the maximum also, yeah, is looking for the worst gray balance by only using A and B differences. So we ignore lightness. So here we do scale all three components, but only evaluate two components out of them. So that would also be an idea, just for discussion, of course, to reduce the tolerance or the measurement before applying the tolerance or checking against the tolerance about 1/3. Just in case, I ran it through our database, and almost all spurious cases disappeared when we apply those two changes. So that is something now for discussion. Any comment from the audience?
Andy?
Yes, I hear you.
Do you plan any experiments about it? Because I mean, I'm still not convinced what is the right number you are getting. Because I mean, delta E is, or delta E 2000 is fine for large colored areas, but media relative would be used when your eye is doing some paper adaptation. And so you are evaluating an absolute delta E between colors, but is that really the interesting thing?
We more or less found out that our the way of evaluating this memory colors are in some respect too rigorous. That is a finding we made, and that is something for me, something we simply would correct. I don't see, or maybe I misunderstood you. Can you maybe repeat?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. My problem is, as far as I understood, your comparison between the methods and whatever is to calculate a delta E 2000 later on between colors of the media wedge. And
yeah, delta E 2000
or delta E or
CH,
delta CH or
Mhm.
whatever. But is that really the truth? Because I mean, media relative means that you are adapting to the paper and no longer, and then I don't think you are allowed to use the same delta E formulas as you are using for an absolute color comparison.
What formulas do you recommend to use?
I don't know which formula. That's why I am asking whether you are doing some experiments with it, which one is the right one. Because I mean, of course, you are getting different delta E values depending on what kind of media relative correction you are doing. But the problem is which one is the right one, not which one gives you the lowest numbers.
That is for sure. That's for sure. Yeah. Normally, in all people doing soft proofing, the media relative approach is of course also implemented for the realm of color difference metrics. And when you go in all the most reports in soft proofing, they do scale the media white point to 100:0. If you now look for all soft proofing reports, you find the paper white, the monitor white is 100:0. And you know it makes no sense because it has XYZ and different color temperatures. So that is something, so the color difference metrics are nicely evaluated in that respect also. And the numbers are not so much off. Of course, scaling them to 100 both brings the colors slightly to a range, of course, where at those times no color sets has been physically be present to make color differences with 99, 98 lightness. But this is just a small fraction of it. So it's just doing the media relative psychophysical experiments, the memory matching experiments. But again, this is something we did 10 years ago mostly, but this is kind of an error or a problem which I think right now is something we need to fix rather than to substantiate, because this is something where all people in that area committed and agreed that this cannot or should not be the case. Yeah, so this is someone else to comment on that.
Just one question,
please.
Andy, yeah. On the I assume it's always the case if the L-star value of the print substrate is higher than the reference. You showed the case where it's lower than the reference, but I suppose you have the same problem for both cases?
Yes. This kind of spurious reading. Let me see whether we find one in the time being too.
But I think just following up with Nick, what you call a spurious reading just means that it's that the measurement is different from in each case, because you're not doing a psychophysical evaluation assessment. You're just looking to see whether the numbers are
right. These are okay. This is the time frame.
Perhaps calling it spurious would not be the right word. That's all.
Okay, yeah, we found cases where applying our framework would result in not plausible results, or would result in not plausible findings. Maybe that is
not plausible means.
For instance, let me hear from one of our members, Mr. Klautke. He found that example. For those who know that, it's our media wedge. We have our reference here on the left.
Could you enlarge it a little bit?
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, we have our reference here for the 72 patches, and we can select all the different references we are interested in. And we have the measurements here. That is, everything goes in, nothing more. Reference and measurement, 72 normal measurements. And then everything is calculated. And here, if anything here, on the left side is side by side based on the different deprecated standards, 2011 proofing, yeah, the different, the genesis of the proofing standards can be find out here nicely. For the media relative here on the right side here, everything here, you can see what we do here. These are the media relative readings, and you can see it that the paper white is always scaled to 100 from the reference and also for the measurements. And that's why the delta 2000 is of course 0 per definition. And that's why we have also this diagram here of the spider web of this media relative, and that is the absolute difference which people mostly know. And the delta 8000 here for our 3-1, which we need for PSD relative, is the average, the quantile, and the maximum gray of the composed grays to be maximum sensitive to gray balance. But what you see here is the gamut similarity match. That means before you enter the colorimetrical tolerances here, the delta CH or delta 8000, before you enter those 2 times 72 differences, you check is the light, the gamut similar with respect to a white point match and a lightness match. And we see here that the minimum is L of 10 in the 72 matches of Focus 39 in this case, but the minimum at the high-speed inkjet reading is 17.9. and with the 7.5 here in this case. That means that the gamut similarity check says, oh, no, you cannot have A at all. Whatever you come up later, only B and C. And that is something where we found, okay, that is not as what we planned, what we anticipated, to rule out a gamut dissimilarity, whereas you get here a quality A. Here we have a quality A side by side with those readings. And that is
this is the black problem, Andy, that you're talking about now, I think, is it? You're talking about the problem with the L star, the black.
This is where the L star here is dark, a little bit darker. You know, we have 95, and here it's 94. Yeah, it's 0.8. Yeah.
I was thinking. So, are we not talking? Are we stopped talking about white point scaling methods?
It's connected. We are talking about two topics here. Let me. Screen it.
Sorry, I was just talking about white point scaling only.
Okay, then we go to here to this one. Yeah. Oh yeah, to this one. Not to this one.
Yeah, I'm only talking about white point scaling, not the. I completely agree with the low L star issue was definitely an issue, but I'm not sure that we've enough data to say anything about the white point scaling method.
We have enough data right now to say we keep it in the PSD, the current method, because we found that with more than 2,000 measurements we made so far, we always see this trend. A 2 becomes a 1, or a 3 goes a 2, or a failed becomes a C. So that means.
But from Nick's comment, you don't know whether that's the correct thing or not. I agree it's different from what you would currently have, but unless you're going to do a visual check that shows that one is better than the other, which would be difficult to do, I agree, you don't know which one of these two is correct.
Okay,
it should be a 2 or it should be a 1. That's
good point.
I agree that changing it without evidence is also a problem for you. You don't need to change it without enough evidence to go either way, but I don't think we have enough evidence to demonstrate which of these three methods is preferred.
Not at all. This is exactly. This is not who I'm not saying this is a winner or not. Definitely not. That's just because we have one in place. The justification to change it should be very much evidence. That's right. We are right now looking for those.
I just wanted to clarify that we can't say at the moment which of these three methods is the best.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's why we said first there is some psychophysics needed, and we are looking for those kind of examples also. Typically for the proofing we throw them away 3 months later, but for PSD we keep them 1 year. So that means we try to sort out those samples right now physically to have a look at them. But that's also we also approach it from two sides. One is kind of a scientific color science side, but the other way is here to see what is the user side, what are user expecting. And you might remember with Markus Hitzler stressing the point, SCCA benefit is that the measurements stay as is, as a ground truth, and people would insist and recommend and prefer having measurements values staying in the protocols and in the displays one-to-one. Yeah, that was kind of the strongest support by means of practicability or user experience when dealing with that kind of QC software in that realm. So that's why we are checking different tools here, what frameworks they're implementing and how they are presenting it to the world, and then to understand a little bit with asking some people how good is possible in Corona restrictions to get a feedback on what they prefer. So that's why if you have any feedback, just feel free to respond to Zara, and let her know what you are thinking, what program to add, what feature to add, what test to do. She's very open and to has some resources to include a few tests to come. But you're right. At the end, we summarized two things. The gamut similarity is kind of the first step in this media relative PSD evaluation, but the gamut similarity check has nothing to do with the SCCA or the MCCA approach. It was just kind of a FOCRA invention to not allow gamut similarity to apply for huge gamut and shape differences, which you can technically, of course, do. But if there's no burning desire in that respect from the people here, we would simply again follow and finish that project. Please let us know your opinion with respect to that. We have individual contact to the manufacturer anyhow right now, so that is something ongoing, and then we will see what to conclude, and we will come to the tolerance changes again when we talk about the PST changes in a few minutes. So that is something for you to reconcile and double check what is your opinion on changing the tolerances. Again, we also discussed to remove the absolute requirement with respect to the presentations we had from Doran last year and the year before, to allow for prints which can have a stronger plaque. Okay, if there's no question to that point anymore, we go to the next. And Klaas, can you share your screen briefly to update us on what you raised? Are you with us, Klaas? Oh, it's spurious if you don't have any feedback. Can someone else give me a feedback if anything is nice?
I can still hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you. It's good. It's good. Great to see. It's really spooky a little bit if you don't have a visual cue here to. You don't want to speak in the dark, you know. Okay. Klaas, are you with us? Maybe we can. Let's double check whether we have an issue here. We can maybe go to the next point, and then Claudio, we come to your point, SCTV,
Yes.
and then we can switch back to you. I make you the presenter in a second.
Okay. I still need to add some credentials here. Where is it? Okay. Good. Oh, I need to log out and restart to become the presenter. Sorry. Be back in a minute.
Okay. No problem. Let's say, Klaas, are you with us now? Can you hear us? Maybe there are some. It's like all the media coverage is making fun of an online meeting Angela Merkel made with hello, can you hear us? And then they're blaming the internet connection in Germany, which is sometimes
okay. I'm back.
Okay, perfect. I can make you presenter again, yeah?
Yeah.
No, you are presenter already. Can you check?
Okay. Oh. It's not working.
I can make me presenter and then make you presenter again. Mostly reboot tut gut. Ah, it says off. Claudio Willmann's off.
Okay.
Interesting. I have not seen this before. Ah, no, there are two Claudio Willmanns. Ah, okay. Now I see.
Okay.
Does it work now with you?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. We
Okay,
see your
so
full screen.
yep. I played around with the SCTV. Oh, that's a bit topic here again. Okay. And yeah, I found a situation where SCTV gave me a curve that I was not satisfied with, and I looked at the reason for this. So here's the input data. I hope everybody can. What's going on? Can see it. So
Are
it's
these
randomly
numbers the
selected.
same you showed, you mailed
Yes,
around?
exactly.
Okay.
It's the same that we discussed in January, just plotted here to get it a bit more visualized, what the numbers mean. So we see that there's a slight non-monotonicity in L star for this data. And if I calculate the SCTV curve according to ISO 20654, the curve is also non-monotonic in the red end. So I'm not sure if you can read this. I have an overlay of this GoToMeeting panel here. Can you read it, or do you see a black?
No, we see it. It's okay.
Yeah. No, we see it.
Okay.
Thanks.
So the resulting SCTV curve is not bijective, so we cannot invert it, and it's not suitable to calculate a tone value compensation curve from this. And the reason, as far as I can see it, maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the L star data in the calculation has a higher weight than A star and B star. And this is from the ISO. On the top, the three formulas are for XYZ calculation, and on the bottom, if you have LAB data. And you can see that for each of these components, Vx, Vy, and Vz, L star is taken into account completely. So to me, this seems that SCTV is mainly L star driven, and this slight non-monotonicity results in a curve that gives us this non-invertibility. And also, if you look at the shape of the compensation curve, you can see that in the midtones where I draw this circle, the resulting SCTV curve also follows more or less the L star distribution of the data. So far, that's just an observation, and for me, that's the reason why we see it. So I discussed it on the DPWG mailing list, and we had some feedback on this. I show here two comments, exemplary comments, not all. So some of the comments prefer clipping on the input data. So we should take an ink limit into account because the lowest L star value is at 95%. And then we take the remainder and rescale it to 100%. And then we get our nice monotonic SCTV curve. Another comment was to correct or do some filtering on the input data. There are some other side effects here involved, how to do it properly and where and what. I don't want to go into detail here, but these were mainly the two feedbacks I collected from various comments. And I raised the question, and so far did not get an answer on this, what we expect from SCTV. If it is a method to compute a monotonic tone value lookup table that we can invert, or a method where to cut the ink and avoid some oversaturation, or where to put the ink limit. And if I look at the scope of ISO 26454, it says the SCTV curve produces an approximately uniform visual spacing of tones between the substrate and the solid. So it does not tell anything about ink limiting or that it's used for this. So from my perspective, I believe SCTV is used for clause A here. And if we are out of scope for whatever reason, or not out of scope, but out of range with the data or the resulting SCTV curve, it's not producing an approximately uniform visual spacing between the data. So that's my interpretation of SCTV. Just to show what I mean with this red sentence here is we cannot print more than 100% of ink. So if we put some data, like my example, in, we get something out that's not representing the reality. So some might say, okay, but we can use it also for case B, but I think that's not the intention of SCTV. So there are other methods, better methods, how to detect ink oversaturation. Yeah, so this is what we discussed. So just as a summary for the audience here. And there are now a few proposals what to do. We could leave the ISO 26454 as it is without any change. Or I propose to add a note to this ISO document to force the input data to be monotonic in L-star to avoid these situations. Yeah, or maybe someone from the audience has another suggestion or can correct me. I have seen Hanno Hofstadt is also in the audience, who was one of the main contributors to SCTV. So maybe you can clarify things if I explain something wrong here. Hanno, that would be great. Otherwise, I just want to open the discussion and yeah, what's our yeah, final summary, how to deal with it.
Thanks, Claudio.
May I say something? Yeah. Florian Süßl.
Florian, please, and then go on.
Hi, Claudio. I think it's a problem of dealing with measurements that have to be corrected firsthand. It's the same that happens with density-based TVI calculation, and I think it was also discussed in the mailings and brought up by Nick. So if you use wrong numbers, not meaningful numbers, you will get the effect that you showed in your curves, and this has to be corrected firsthand, and then you won't run into a problem. So this is what came into my mind when I saw your lines again.
Okay.
May I give my opinion?
Please.
Who's speaking?
This is Mark May. So in my opinion, SCTV is not well defined for, let's say, digital printing systems. We have a number of cases where the inks are really curving quite a lot. And in many cases, you will see that you have the non-inversibility, what Claudio just was presenting. You can't use it there. And don't think that with SCTV, you are going to order, let's say, the different steps in a visual uniform way, because it's just a distance measure. If you have a distance measure to a part, that's not a uniform alignment of all the points on the part, of course. But I think it can be used for quite well, quite good in conventional printing environments where you don't have that curvature a lot in many cases. So I think there we should make this distinction where you can use it and can't use it. I would not stop it. So if you have an invertibility point, I would not stop it, because in inkjet it's often that you can go further and have larger gamuts.
True. Yeah, I can confirm that, what Mark is saying. But my point is that I do not want to tell whether the data is right or wrong. I just observed that with certain data, we get a curve that is, from my point of view, out of scope what the what SCTV was made for. So if we want to use SCTV, we to get a good curve, I think we should add a note that the input data has to be monotonic in L-star, no matter how we do it. And if we cut before or if we correct the data, it's just that at the moment, I see if you just implement it the way it is, you will run into situations where you cannot use the curve. That's just what I observe.
Claudio, may I?
Yes.
I would say that your measure should be monotonic. Not the lightness should not be monotonic, but your measure. So this means the distance from your substrate to all the different points. So if percentage increase, all your distance measures should increase. From the moment this is not happening, you have an issue.
But I think the key issue is we have to define what we are measuring. I think in the data you presented, your 98% is more solid or is farther away from your white point or from your substrate than any other point. So it's definitely not a kind of screening. I don't know how you got, let's say these numbers are correct and that there are no measurement errors there. But it shows that if you increase your dots somehow, you suddenly get lighter, and that's something we have to discuss first what it says, because to me your results are perfectly fine, because that tells me that at 95 or 96% you get exactly the darkest, the most solid point. And if you increase something, you are getting further off, or you are getting closer to your substrate again. And how you do it, because your ink film thickness is increasing. I mean, in most digital systems, at some point you are not longer printing screens, but only adding thickness to something, ink film thickness to something. And then it makes no sense to say which is the solid, because both are solid. They are just solids with different ink film thicknesses.
Yeah, I think so. In terms of the ISO document, the solid is a 100% input data, no matter whether it was clipped and rescaled to 100, or it was the maximum ink the system can print at a given resolution. I think that's where the ISO document does not make a differentiation on the input side. But to me, there is something not well defined here. I can put something in and get something out that is not usable. And I just want to improve this situation.
I disagree that it's not usable. It's usable because it tells you 95% is the point where you are really as far away from your substrate as you can get. And if you increase the ink film thickness, you don't gain anything. I mean, it's just your interpretation of it that it's not useful.
I have a point to add here. Hello, this is Yuan.
Yeah.
Towards this PowerPoint, so this page, it doesn't actually persuade me that it is a L-star problem. Because if you maybe calculate the C star, you might see the same. So I think it's not completely persuading me that it's resulted by the L star. It's not monotonic.
Yeah, okay, if you look at the A star and B star data, we can see that the values decrease or go nearer to zero again. So we lose some chroma, 95%. That's true, but as I said, there are maybe better ways how to determine oversaturation of an ink. Okay, if nobody
Hanno, are you still with us?
Yeah. I'm with you.
Comment on what's your take on that?
Yeah, I was waiting for a moment to jump in. But,
you can.
So, first of all, SCTV is measuring the distance from paper white to some tone value compared to the distance from the paper white to the solid. So in the case that some tone value is farther away from the paper white than the solid, as Nick has said, then it's completely well defined that the result is above 100% because the distance is higher. So imagine, okay, maybe I should also comment on Mark's mentioning of the difficulties with some digital printing processes. In the design of SCTV, there have been also suggestions to use the actual path on the way from the paper white through all the tints up to the solid and measure the traveling distance along this curved line, either in LAB or some other suitable space. And this would be probably the best visual method because it really sums up all the steps that you need to take to arrive at the solid eventually. But such a measure has the problem that it becomes dependent on the number of steps that you take, and it cannot easily be implemented in measurement devices when all that you want to do is to set the 0 point by measuring the white, to set the reference distance by measuring the solid, and then after that to be able to measure any tone value in an arbitrary sequence and measuring only a midtone or a highlight or a solid and get or a shadow tone to get a result immediately. And this means the challenge was, can we find a kind of formula that can work with LAB values, but avoids the problem of the curvature of the LAB values that you know from, let's say, cyan that turns blue or magenta that turns into a warm red if you just increase the ink film thickness enough. And which makes this distance measure a problem in the same way that Mark mentioned for SCTV. And the space that we have chosen is related to LAB, but tends to be much straighter for normal colorations of colors. So what we know from let's say analog printing processes. And you can, even there, as Mark mentioned, you can have so much ink transfer that the formerly almost straight line in this SCTV space bends at the end, and you get distances of tone values which are comparable to the solid, even if it's a different color, like a strong magenta turning a strong red, and the distance would be more or less the same. Then I would agree that you have a problem of interpreting these SCTV values if you have this case, and it could be diagnosed only if you have a tone value ramp where you can observe this. But otherwise, SCTV simply measures this distance of any tone value compared the distance to the paper white compared to the distance of the solid. And in this case, the tone value of 95% is farther away from the paper white than the solid. So the SCTV number would be larger than 100% because the relative distance is larger. And if you require to have the input data monotonic, and it does not matter whether it's in L or in another component, because SCTV treats the 3 dimensions of this space where the measurements are taken completely in the same way. And one of the dimensions is actually L. But it does not matter whether it's in L or in one of the other 2 dimensions. Then you have to say, sometimes people take 1% step wedges or even 8-bit step wedges, so to have 256 steps from paper white to solid. And usually due to printing variability and to measurement noise, you won't get a monotonic curve here. So what would be your interpretation of such a notice in the standard to say your data have to be monotonic first before you get tone values? Actually, you need this kind of, or you can use SCTV and also Murray-Davis tone value if you want to detect the problems in monotonicity, right? So this formula is just an instrument to make a comparison of a tone value and a solid. And it should be like this, and it's well defined. And it has the problem because it's doing this in a kind of in a space where ink ramps can get curvy in extreme cases. Then this is at the limit of the practicability of this formula. And we can put in a note, yes, we can find cases where this formula does not measure the visual distance anymore. But in this case, in this example, it measures the visual distance of the solid because it tells you that compared to the 90%, you are beyond the solid at the 95%. And it's perfectly telling you this visual phenomenon. And any kind of application for linearization purposes has to consider the measurement data, the possibility of inversions, which can have an explanation in the printing process, and other stuff, which is completely independent from your measurement. You also don't change your ruler because you're not measuring kind of an increase of a distance and say the ruler is wrong. So that would, I'm not sure if I could get my message across, but that's my point.
Yeah, of course, you reach me. Thanks, Hanno, for this clarification.
Hanno?
Yes, Mark, go on.
Yeah, Hanno, could we say that in the case of printing presses with multi-density inks, as we have often in inkjet, then you have that curvature. And then it's in a number of, with multi-density inks, I think you shouldn't use it. But for the other cases, I think that the SCTV is really meaningful to use. And if you have a problem, as Claudio is explaining now, that you indeed, as you explained, have to verify your data, perhaps to clip somewhere, because if the ink is not observed by the substrate anymore, then you saturate. And this is where you throw away ink, of course. But I think if we make that distinction, we can't put it in a standard, but from a mental point of view, I think that would work.
We have the revision next year, so there can be some changes in the introduction, for instance, and at other places also.
But I think if you look at the data, especially in the digital, what you see is the 90% patch looks exactly like the 100% patch. And so, yes, it does.
No. Look at the...
It has an L value of 42.439 and the other 5.9. So that's more or less the same compared to the 42.0 at the 95. What you see is that even you see the same in the A and the B line, and these numbers are, or the number what you are printing is actually something non-monotonous. And how do you want to explain what does a user expect at a 95% patch? At a 95% patch, he expects something which is, let's say, it's closer to the substrate, or where the L value is higher or something like that. That's what the user expects from a 95% patch, because otherwise, how do you define what a screen means? It's a mixture of your substrate plus some solid. And if the solid is not changing, then your mixture can only be going from a substrate to the solid, and there can't be an overshooting. But what you are doing here in your process, you don't have this, you don't have a real screen here. You have either a higher ink film thickness or a different ink film thickness, but you are not longer printing a screen as described in Murray Davis or in SCTV or on a screen on a TV or anything like that. It's a complete different thing, physical thing. And there I don't know what the user expects in this case, because to me in this case, I think I see the right thing, because it's darker than everything else. It's more colorful than anything else. It tells me that it's more colorful than the solid and about 2%. And so the reason why I'm asking is, if you're looking at your prints, do you have the same impression? Is it really, if you ask some people which is the solid, the left one or the right one, do they all say it's 100% is the solid, or do they more, or would they say it's a 95% is the solid?
Okay, just to make this clear, as I said, this example was randomly selected.
Right.
I did not have any print in my hands at all. It was from some data, digital press. I do not know exactly. I just used some data to play around with SCTV. I stumbled upon this. So Hanno's explanation to me was perfect. I understood it very well. Also why it was chosen. Also Hanno referred to that there are better ways to describe the linearity of a full tone or paper to full tone on the pass. This is what we do at EFI as well at the moment. So it's just, I wanted to question this, but I understood now why it was implemented, and I would say, so I would withdraw my request
No problem. It's
to add a
okay.
note. No, more or less
No, it's
because
okay. It's just clarified. Yeah.
It's also maybe a misunderstanding on my side that I thought SCTV was made for linearizing spot colors in printing processes to get, for example, for RIPs, a better overprint prediction, something like this. So, yeah. But anyway, I think it's.
Thanks for raising it, Claudia. It's important that we, and this group is exactly for such. It's not a research group here. We are for those things who are concerning the people in the field implementing it and playing around with it, and this gives us the background. And next week we have some National Mirror Committee, and we can discuss about it if there is some room for a potential request or for a note or some paragraph for this, because added explanation in this case does not hurt, and in this case I expect we can avoid people running into this dilemma as well with providing some additional guidance.
Hanno, you said something about that there is a better way of predicting it. As far as I only remember what I've seen at ISO, and there I haven't seen a better way. Could you mail it around, or which way is better predicts the distance or the path length?
So I only said, or it was discussed in this working group that worked on this spot color tone value proposal, that one of the suggestions is to sum up, for example, the delta E values from the paper-wide to the first step, say 10%, and then to 20%, and so on, and you get a cumulative distance along this path from paper-wide to solid. And then the assumption is that the distances between the different tone value steps are measured visually by a color difference formula that is suitable for these visual distances, like delta E is for medium and large distances, right? So it would at least detect a curvature in LAB compared to the distance as the bird flies, yeah, where you can actually have sometimes a shorter distance between paper white and solid compared to some intermediate tone values. But on the other hand, such a measure is dependent on the choice of the points, which is a drawback. And it would be, in this case, in Claudio's case, it would add the delta E from 95 to 100% again to the total distance. And but it's actually backtracking in LAB space, as you have said. It's almost the same LAB value at 100% that you already encountered at 90%. So a process that has an inversion would be wrongly calculated here because you are looping back and counting this. So you're making a detour and you say the distance between city 1 and city 2 is larger just because I took a wrong turn and I had to go back. And this does not really help to
make maps
accurately judge the distances of the intermediate towns where you did your stops, for example. So there could be a better way on a well-calibrated system like a multi-density digital printing system, for example, to account for the path that you want to take. But also in these systems, first of all, you would need to get rid of the inversions there. And I guess that is what everybody is doing in the printer linearizations for such systems. And I would also say that I'd probably also not use SCTV as a basis for the linearization of such systems when I have a very limited set of inks that are used. And we also heard reports about that the curve shape of SCTV is more or less generic for many spot colors in many well-calibrated processes when you just exchange the spot colors. But you get a different shape when you look at the black ink ramp. And it also depends a lot on the density of this black, so how far down you can go. And your SCTV curve will change and change. And this is some similar example to Mark's example, that there are colors where this path can be better described in another way. But for the general purpose of spot color tone values and to identify the visual distance of a raster tone value compared to the solid, SCTV is doing its job quite well, I would say. And there is no, we didn't find any easy, better way of doing this.
Thank you very much, Hanno.
Thanks.
So thanks for bringing up Claudio. And in light of time, I would recommend to make a half-hour lunch break to reconvene at 1 o'clock, and then we continue with class point about the charts and also some update about our Epirus project and the PSD changes. A final note here is that since for our internal attendance sheet, we need the addresses, as you might remember, when it goes around. But but since we don't know all of your addresses, my colleague Florian Petzler asked you by using the chat button. So just have a look in your chat to see if we are missing your address, and in that case, please mail it back to my colleague that we can make this attendance sheets complete. Anything to share before we make the lunch break right now? Important or?
Just one point for me. I also have 2 slides about the SCTV implementation in ECG printing in the afternoon that backed up well what Hanno says, just an outlook.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So there's motivation to stay online and with us for the second half. And I don't think that we need the full time to 4:30, to be honest. I think we can speed up. And as I said, we try to time box our ongoing and in particular the finished project to 10 minutes. Of course, except unless we have a lot of questions, but normally this is just the update of the current status. Okay, Klaas, you are with us. Can you now speak briefly, and then or we can check it in the break that's now working with you?
When do we reconvene?
1 o'clock CET.
1 o'clock.
I will make a slide now. Thank you very much for so far, and we talk again in 30 minutes. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Enjoy your meal. Thank you so far.
Diese Konferenz wird nun aufgezeichnet.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after our quick lunch. Unless we find out that Klaas can reactivate his mic, we will postpone that one. This is an update of a blog post he was doing, and we will get a brief update of our ongoing EU project. Donatella, are you ready to share your few screens?
Yeah, you just need to make me moderator.
Will do. Okay, please go on.
Okay, eine Sekunde. Now you see. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
Full screen, it's perfect. Yeah, go on.
Okay. Hello again. I'm Donatella Šarić, and I am the PhD student hosted by FOGRA, and within the Appears project. And today I will first introduce you the project, then my research in this project, why is it important, what actually we are trying here to do, and the latest update. We got some new stuff here. So the Appears project is funded by the European Union, by the Marie Skłodowska-Curie National Training Network. In total, there are 15 PhD candidates, or as we call us, early stage researchers, or ESRs, and we are divided in 8 beneficiaries in Europe, plus there are 8 partner institutions. For example, I see that Stratasys and Barbieri here. They are also in this project as partners. And the research topics that the ESRs deal are in the field of appearance, mostly in the 2.5D and 3D printing. My research is dealing mainly with the gloss. Why with gloss? Because the appearance of a surface depends on 4 different attributes. So the color, the gloss, the texture, and the translucency. And the color, today we can manage it well. We had years and years of research in this field, but unfortunately that's not the case with other attributes. And for example, the gloss is a second important property right after the color, and we still lack in a lot of standardization and research. And I put here two examples. One is a 3D printed object, and the other one is 2D print. And the green one, the 3D prints, they are printed with the same input data, but just with the difference that one is matte and one is glossy. And we see that the difference between them is very big. And also we see the difference in 2D prints, but in 2D prints, we can print it and correct it and print it again. But in 3D printing, we can do it, but it costs a lot of money and a lot of time, because it takes time that one object is printed. That's why the goal of my research is to develop an end-to-end solution for measuring, capturing, and visualization, and also to reproduce the gloss. All that within an ICC Max workflow. And for that, the first steps is to see what are the visually significant parameters and dimensions for the gloss of our surface. Then to use those parameters to create virtual reference materials that we will use when we will visualize the gloss on the monitor, and also to establish an appropriate measurement method. The third step, if we manage to reduce those parameters to one scalar G, we can implement the gloss in appearance space together with the color, so RGB, and the translucency, the alpha channel, and then the fifth channel will be the gloss. And then we will have a solution where the gloss matches at the beginning, like on the monitor, and at the end on the 3D printing. And for this project, for 1 or 2 weeks, we got from just Normlicht one viewing board, which is special for that it has two light sources that can be rotated in steps of 15 degrees, and you can illuminate the object at 0 degrees and at 120 degrees with the right light source, and with the left light source you can illuminate it with the 15 degrees or 6 or 75, and with 60 degrees also. And yeah, that's all for my project for now. If there are questions,
Yeah, just come up now or just use the email zaric@focra.org. Thank you very much, Donatella.
Yeah.
Again, this is just to give you an update about what's going on here, and the intersection with digital printing is not so obvious. It's mostly about the mechanics we evaluate to also judge then 2D gloss. However, we have challenges like in textile printing, where we struggle to measure the level of glossiness with digital textile samples right now. And so there are some unanswered questions, open technical topics also for 2D digital printing arena, where we test actually different methodologies to find an objective way that correlates with what we perceive. Okay, thanks, Donatella. That means we move on in our agenda, and we will then come to our PSD changes or potential changes. Again, this is not a requirement at all. We know that we have some latency between publication and really market materialization or implementation. So that's why we should every year very carefully discuss if we want to change some things. And today we briefly have one new thing. This was a comment from Jochen Günther a few months ago, where he simply said, let's update the different tolerance schemas with respect to from an implementation point of view. Technically, we have three two outdated and one current one. So technically, we have the 2011 one, the 2016, and the 2018 one. And the question is simply to have an additional 2 pages where people in the PSD handbook read at the end or at one specific location. Okay, those are the changes from 2011 to 2016 that people can have kind of level of traceability on where the changes, and people implementing it can also double check what has changed and what's different. So with that respect, we do plan to add those kind of information for sure. But we have 2 other points, extensions coming from our ongoing, yesterday finished ECG project, and also the finished barcode project. Yuan, are you ready to present your few slides for just the ECG extensions or the potential one?
Yeah, sure.
I just need to observe. You know, I get. So then, just give us an update, please.
Yeah, okay. So I will keep the PowerPoint as this, so I can add the notes and something. So we want to add some updates for ECG in the PSD. For instance, defining use cases and clarify some use cases dependent requirements and so on as kind of an instruction for instance, data preparation for ECG and so on. And what we also like to suggest is maybe a introduction of the exchange color space workflow for ECG printing, where with or CMYK OGV based Fogra 55 exchange space, which we also did some studies in our project I will talk about later. And I think it might be something that could be helpful for workflows using for high quality print media, and especially in the data preparation stage where the final multicolor solution is not settled or unknown. So in that aspect, and we might we also want to conclude the suggestion of usage of the new it's published in 2018, the usage of the media wedge for multicolor, and with some instructions about how to select them, because the use of media wedge is sometimes tricky then a little bit for multicolor, because you have 5C, 7C different output references, but you can also use the like the 5C device to also simulate a 7C color space. So we might want to do some detailed instruction on that point and so on. And also include the usage of the new extension of the media wedge check Excel sheet, which is already in it's a 1.7 version, which is to download from our project website also for test. So yeah, it allows all the CPC, VPC evaluation, including the PSD evaluation for both side-by-side and media relative. And we have already done some certifications, or one specific certification with that tool. And yeah, that's an update from my side.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? We come to the project results later, but is there any request or comment with respect to what we should add or revise in the PSD handbook with respect to ECG?
Is the aim that this would be an exchange space, Andy, or?
Sure. Absolutely. 55 is only intended as an exchange space. But it's not intended to follow it as a concrete implementation space. Although you can do it, and it was checked to also do it, but it is a cross-platform process exchange space. Yes.
And the device values would be
CMYK OGV.
RGB or?
No, 7-channel.
7-channel, okay.
Yeah, it's a CMYK OGV exchange space. It's a good point. You touch exactly the one. Are we only discussing color and color exchange, or do we also talk about technical motifs, technical objects like barcodes and other stuffs? And as soon as we leave color, as you know, there's a strong need to have a colorant-based exchange space rather than just color, which we can do in RGB also. Yeah.
I'm just thinking of the limitations of the editing tools that are currently available for certain color.
Mm-hmm. That is something we have also on our radar, and we talk about that. We can maybe edit later in a concrete way. And this was discussed, I think, the last year also by Mario Drexler, to also provide an RGB space with that gamut shape and size to allow for to using the nowadays tools for color predictability, as you said. Yeah, it's a good point, at least to start with, to say this is a 7-color based ECG space instead of an RGB space with might have the same size and shape or similar size and shape. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with 7-color. It's just the limited tools to manipulate images or other content that's more than 4 colors. Even 3 colors is a stretch sometimes.
Right. Perfectly right. That is, but still there are use cases where people design in, especially not in packaging, but in commercial printing, and that is where this mechanic is helpful. And you know that there are activities from William Lee, for instance, are on the way to have this ICCN based color, but this is long term, I admit. Yeah. To get this inside the ecosystems. I absolutely agree. And that is also an important thing to focus here with a very important point here on the obstacles and the roadblocks when designing ECG content in the authoring tools. That is a very important tool to add a big disclaimer in the PSD handbook to say you can't rely on overprinting. You can't blah, blah, blah. You're perfectly right. Yeah. Okay, but we can add this discussion later when we go to the project itself. Bertolt, would you like to provide the barcode extension right now or later in the project?
I think it fits better if I do it later in my barcode presentation.
Okay. And with respect to the black point differences and uploaded tolerances, the ones discussed today, my recommendation for the time being would be to summarize it in a clear statement and share that inside the digital printing mailing list, that any implementer can have a look at it, and that would be kind of the concrete changes for the 2022 version to be implemented, and that they have enough time that when the PSD 2022 settings come into play, that they have a time at least half a year to have a look at them. That would be the proposal, unless there are now additional comments or requests to do something with the tolerances. Are there some comments right now with respect to the ongoing, to the current actual tolerances? And again, there's much to come. You know, when we talk about in a few minutes about RGB exchange spaces, and as Craig said, also for RGB spaces, there are some roadblocks and pitfalls, especially when you try to have an RGB-based PDFX file and this kind of stuff. So there's also some clarifications needed for us to do it. You can apply right now PSD for ECG, but also for RGB, yes. But it's not crystal clear or not crystally unambiguously defined. And that is something where we would like to add some guidance on if you implement PSD for 3-color reference printing matches or 5, 6, or 7-color. That's the idea. Okay, if there's no comment from this, we will do so and provide such a specific document, just 2 to 3 pages maximum, and then give you the time to have a look, review it, and then maybe do an additional online meeting among the developers to see if there's something unclear, and then we will propose this as the official PSD 2022 changes to come. Okay. Anything else with respect to our PSD handbook? Is there something you would like to add or delete or change? Okay, silence means consent. That means that's good. Okay. I still need to check whether the glass mic is working. No feedback so far. Okay, let's continue. And now we are giving you an update on our ongoing research projects. And you see on our agenda, we have 4 projects in the area of the digital printing working group. And I give you a rough overview of the first project, which is modeling color appearance in 3D printing. And you see here always this FOCRA numbers, but much more you can see on our new webpage, where you get a lot of information, and that's why I will keep it very quickly. Oh, let's see, wrong PowerPoint. So here we go, and open. So that are the co-workers here with 2 additional research places, being the ILM and the Fraunhofer next to FOCRA, and 1 page about the motivation, and then a few pages about the workflow we have right now, and then the current status of our project. Again, can anyone give me a short feedback that everything is run smoothly and seeable?
Alles gut.
Yes. Perfect. Yeah, sometimes it's enough if someone said, okay. Perfect. Okay. Motivation. Yeah, this is more than 2,000 euro. So that's important. If we can model printers with less samples, it would be cool and cheaper. And the big aim is just to get something like a PSD process, that's a standard digital for 3D, capturing, manipulation, sharing, printing, process control, and using ICC Max actually as a framework, because it can handle a lot of stuff quite nicely. Not all, but with respect to separation, gamut mapping, BRDF visualization, it's quite powerful. And this is where we are. We are here 2/3 more or less in our project packages, working packages. You see the color is gray is FOGRA, blue is IGT, Philipp Orban in Darmstadt, and the ILM in Ulm. So again, there will be a special dedicated PA meeting on April 26th, Monday. So that will be the 3-4 hour meeting where we talk only about this project. This is the normal workflow in 3D. Yeah, as Klaas said, it's different than ours. Yeah, you have 3D capturing or 3D computer aided design. Then you have some manipulation, viewing, and different commercial or semi-commercial or free tools. And then we have a separation, a printing. And you can also nicely visualize it here. You have some texture map, some shape. Then printer driver, again 3D, and then you have to deposit the volumes. We don't have pixels anymore, you have volumes, and even here we have multi-density heads. So it's not only about setting one voxel, one material per voxel, you can even have different materials per voxel. And that's quite cool, but also quite challenging to get this done. And then you have your 3D printer, and then you get your objects as close as possible. And you have different levels as always. You know, you have RIPS, which gives you a half toning access, but you have also black box approaches where you can see, okay, that is normally the case, but the more you have control over your driver, the better you have full control over your entire voxel setup. And you can expect that the more control they have, the better you can predict the appearance, but that's not every time the case. And here you see our workflow. You know, you have your geometry and also not only the color, but also the alpha value, you know, the translucency, pre-processing, texture matches, and half toning. And here we talk about 3D half toning. Again, you have the contone, but you need to fill a voxel setup, yeah, to get the final result. And this is something, you know, this is a 3D printing, means layer per layer. And you see here the animation. If you print that one here, it lays on 90 degrees rotated, but this is yeah, slice by slice. This is every slice printed, and every point you see here will be then again a layer printed, cured, printed, cured, printed, cured, and then you remove the support material, get some post-processing, and get this, something like this being printed. The optical characteristics are important for us, so we start with those kind of animals here, as you know, for UGRA, to measure some optical properties. And here, mostly our part from FOGRA is here the first part, to have a plausibility check, to use the existing Barbieri's and integrating sphere devices to find out what is possible with this. The Fraunhofer people focus on the phenomenological properties, so what can be seen from the outside, so to speak. And the Ulm people, experts, they focus really on the intrinsic optical properties, the phase function and index of refraction and spectral absorption and spectral scattering function. And that is what we do. You know, we measure this kind of a 3D printed sample and try to match it with a soft proof or a hard proof. And when we do it like this here on the right, you can see, oh, that's, if you mirror it, of course, yeah, that's kind of a decent match. That means the way we measure the samples here are visible, plausible with respect to that. That's not always the case, which you will see later, but that is something which we test, that unfortunately every measurement device gives you an NAB of some sort, but mostly, or in this case, it's not always visually meaningful, and that's why we need that kind of test. You know, if you make a transmission test of this, it looks like here on the right, and so you need to do something about it, and also the variation within left and right placement. And yeah, 3D printing has the same issues as 2D printing, just a few more, to be honest. Yeah. Getting feedback from the Fraunhofer, they have implemented neural networks where you have here your CMYK clear. Yeah, it's just 2 more typically. We have CMYK values and they have CMYK white and clear. So typical 6 tonal values, and then they have neural networks to predict the alpha or spectra, or you have combined neural networks. That's not so important right now. For us, maybe just have a look here at the mean delta E. And that's important for us for two different typical printers. How many patches you need here on the X? Do you see my cursor, by the way?
Yes.
Perfect. Yes. Thanks. And so you have, this is quite something you can compare with the accuracy you know from 2D systems, yeah, and then you can get an idea where we are right now approximately for 3D printing. When you see this effort is important to get this kind of quality based on mean delta E or the 90% quantile. This is a spectral prediction for the geeks here who can read a spectra or can cellular Neugebauer or deep learning linearized cellular Neugebauer. This is all published. You can find it on our website, and the measurement data, the Python neural networks are published. That is something you can have a look on if you are interested in that. And here, this is the intrinsic properties. We have this prisms here, or kind of prisms, where we check the index of refraction. You see here for the wavelengths, the different index of refraction, the absorption and scattering properties are deduced with an integrating sphere setup. This is not so important here for that community. These are the properties we find out, but this is important later to find out what is needed to measure it with the least practical amount of patches and measurement devices. Since we have no scattering here in the colorants, the chromatic colorants, we don't need to do any pane. What I find really cool is that we can, if you have voxel control, you can build up something like this, yeah, with different voxel lengths here. So we built this kind of checkerboards, 3D checkerboard. So this is really cool with different material and based on 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3 here. And you see the dimensions are different in Z and X and Y. And that is something which comes out then in the print. And this is quite interesting to understand the light transport inside the media. That is, again, some effect on the voxel sizes, some lessons learned here. This is also not so important. Again, there will be a fully dedicated meeting where you can make a deep dive here. This is important. Just go on our webpage and see when is a new meeting, what are the intermediate findings, download the code, or read the AIC paper we published here to find all the technical details if you are interested. And that was it already from me. Again, we are positive. We plan a post-Drupa, post-Corona and post-Drupa event here on October 21st. It's a multi 3D forum, 3D symposium. Just save the date, and we are positive that we can do this. Okay, I couldn't do it quicker. So is there any question with respect to that ongoing project? If not, I can give the mic and the display to my colleague Martin Wimmer, and he updates us on the current status of our machine learning framework, our AI research project. Martin, the floor is yours.
So, yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, that's fine. So you can also see my screen, I hope.
Full screen,
at least.
yes, full screen, it's nice.
Yeah, good. So I tell you about the ongoing project Machine Learning Framework for Dynamic Image Style Evaluation, which we call Deep Quality in short. So some short outline. So yeah, first I like to present the people which are working on the project. Then I go into some details about what is planned, what was the original plan, and then just brief I mention how it works or how it possibly may work. And so just to give you an understanding how this can be all reached, but I don't go into much details in my 10 minutes. So, and then I show you how far we are in the timeline, so how much time is left, what we can do, and what we can make with this, and then some early results, and then we have some discussion, speculation, and so on. So let's start. So this isn't a project from FOCRA alone. We work together with the University of Aachen and the chair of computer vision from Dorit Meerhoff. And especially we work with these two guys, Dieter Geller and Lakshmi Gupta together. These are the active researchers at the University of Aachen with which we communicate. And on the FOCRA side, I and Andreas Graushauer work on this project. I'm Martin Wimmer. And also participating in the project is Matthias Wien. He's also from Aachen. So now, what was the idea of the project which we started? So the idea was that we get for the beginning 2 images and later 1 image. So we get an image on original image which hasn't done some pre-processing, which is just an image which is typically enhanced and by humans at the moment. And so we have this image, and in the first step it was the plan that we should design an artificial intelligence or software, or how you like to call it. The name doesn't matter really much. So which tells you how much effort you have to be done with this input image to make it nice and pretty, so you can print it in some catalog or whatever you like, or some poster, whatever. Doesn't matter. Or okay, it does matter, but not for the idea. And one step further is that we don't only say how much effort it costs. We also design some artificial intelligence or something like that, which automatically makes this transformation, which is normally done by a human. So this is done via deep learning. And so the plan is that in the end we have some software which gives you, call it a guess or more guesses of transformation of the input picture, in which you can say, yeah, this is good or this is not good, and how well it transformed. Humans can then evaluate these, and we have to see how good it really will be. But that's the plan, that we somehow automatize this picture transformations. And so that's quite sketchy. So how this may possibly work. So there are different setups which we already tried, and there are also more. There's quite a lot happening in the research. And so in principle it works. All architectures work quite similar. We have a generator which tries to map our input image, which hasn't been done some clearing or some other filters to make it look better. And there we have the generator which gets this image and it transforms it to an image which he thinks, or she, I don't know how to call it. Maybe it is the best. So the generator maps it to an image which he thinks that it is good. And then we have a discriminator which says if this is a good match or it is not a good match. It gets the processed image by the generator and the original image, and then it says if it's fake or it's real here. So, and it should say fake when it's generated by the generator. So if the generator creates, call it fake, and then the discriminator says it's fake, so discriminator has done good. And in this case, the generator has done not so well, so he should improve his his generated image so that he can fool the discriminator. So it can be seen as a game with two players. On one side you have the generator, which tries to fool the discriminator, and the discriminator is somehow the person which detects the fakes and rules them out. So and with this simple play, you can already do a lot of things. And here I show you later some pictures which we have created with this. And so now just to have an overview where we are in our project. So we are here in starting March. So and blue are the projects worked on by the University of Aachen people, and the gray are the packages in which we work. So you see we are almost up to half. So we have we have a year and some months left, or a year and 3-4 months left. So we are right in the middle of our project. So we have time, but now it's the time to press and to get some results and to get work done. So at the end, I'd like to show you now some results which we already got. So here you can see the original image, and here you see the image edited by a human, which is brighter, nicer, better colors. And in the bottom, we have tried 3 different AI frameworks from 3 different papers. And you see, I don't go into details what's the technical difference between these, but essentially you see that the colors are quite nice here by this KI2, which I called, and this is the so-called pix-to-pix gun, but there we have some problems with the resolution. So to make this work, this pix-to-pix gun, you have to downsample the resolution, and that makes some problems in the end. But it works otherwise quite good and has creates quite colorful pictures. So, and we have another software which doesn't change the pixel size. So the resolution is essentially the same as in the original image. This is, we call it exposure because they call it exposure in the paper. And but you see there are the colors not that good. And now we are working on another AI which may save the 2 benefits or both benefits of these 2 AIs, so that we get full resolution picture and also the full color and nice looking pictures. And so this is the second example, and there we see essentially the same. So the exposure is already quite good, but the dark regions stay dark, so it doesn't learn that to put really colors and to make it look a little bit brighter in the interesting regions and to put some color on the jacket like here. So but the pix-to-pix gun learns this. So the idea is technically somehow more involved, but in principle to combine these 2 to get a picture which looks almost like it was edited by the human. And I know that this was maybe quite hard to understand in 10 minutes, and but yeah, for this we have the long-term meetings. Yeah, and there we will discuss more details, also more technical details, but this is just to give you an overview of what happens
Perfect.
at the moment. And so yeah, what is ongoing, just we test some other AI architectures and then play around with the most promising and try to get better. And until now we have another problem, which is that we have less image pairs. We have image pairs, but they are only a few ones gotten from industry. So in principle, more image pairs is much better. And this is also a reason. So now we work mostly on public available data sets. So these are from a publicly available data set, this pictures. And so if you're interested in the project and also like to get some effort of us in working in your direction of pictures which you're retouching, so image pairs would be nice, so we can really work on your image pairs and on practically more relevant image pairs and more up-to-date image pairs, and not on the publicly available data sets. So this is still some problem. And another idea which we had is we got the input that image enhancement is nice, but it isn't that big problem in some regions, so that recoloring is of interest. And there is also some active research happen now, and there are some interesting papers in it. And but there's the question if recoloring is of interest. And I like to know your opinion if recoloring really is of interest, or you just say recoloring is not that interesting, and if we should continue to consider recoloring, or maybe only at the side. And so the discussion is open.
Thank you very much, Martin.
Hello.
Yeah, you ask, please.
First, I would like to indicate interest and a suggestion. Let all networks be published in the ONNX format, and then I can access that and continue development with them.
Yeah, so far we don't do this, but this is something we have on our radar.
So what format are you publishing the networks in?
Right now we're playing around with the networks, mostly in Python, but a little bit in MATLAB. Martin?
Yeah, now we only used the architectures mostly from the papers directly, so we don't have now online to try around, but that is planned, and to do it some kind. It isn't clear which format it should have in the end. There are some plans, but until now we just try internally and evaluate them, and program mostly in Python.
Okay, so my interest is that whenever you have established some kind of a network of your own, and you are about to publish it, I would like to be a first client and make sure that I can read the network in whatever format you're publishing it.
Yeah, of course. We aren't at that point so far. At this point, we these pictures which I showed, they are published by other people already, and if we implement them really new and something which is really done by us. So of course we put them somehow online and make it accessible.
You can use the link I prepared you are for the networks we provided with respect to the other project. I guess you have implemented them already, predicting the color for your printer.
The Fraunhofer networks?
Yeah, the Fraunhofer, the Philipp Urbans, yeah.
Okay, I guess that would be simple enough compared to image processing networks.
Yeah, much simpler.
That they can be described in any format, but
yes,
I would start. I mean, we are in the business of standards, so I'm putting on the table for any network to be published in the own NNX format. And if you have another idea, then let's discuss it.
Mm-hmm. That's a very good proposal, but it's just a little bit too far right now for what we are. Okay, and on the website for the deep quality, you find this kind of support us with pictures. So this is really something where we struggle more than expected, that if you have an agency or photographer, you also have for your individual styles some original and corrected image pairs, so to speak. Just let us know. That would be very helpful. We really struggle to get contribution from the industry. We have some disclaimer with respect to data privacy and what we do with the data. There is some information on the webpage that you can show your customer that this is not being transferred outside the country and this kind of stuff. That is all available. So if you see any chance here to contribute, just let us know.
Okay, let me just tell you in what ways I can contribute, and I'm by no means an expert on the subject, but there are just two things that I can do. First, if you are working in Python and somebody wants to transfer your work from Python to MATLAB, this is something that I have some knowledge in. And second, I have a presentation on how to use a neural network to sort 3D models, to make a classification of 3D models, because it's very much known to use networks to classify images that are 2D, but there's also a technique to classify meshes.
Cool. Just I come back to you offline, but yeah, perfect. No, that's good. Okay, thank you very much, Martin and Joaf. Again, tomorrow will be a technical committee pre-press. This will be held in German language, where we present similar ongoing research projects. So if you feel more at home with that, you can also join us tomorrow. Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to the next topic, and I give the mic and the monitor to Bertold, being the project leader for our digital textile project. So Bertold, bring us up to speed.
Okay, so just a short overview about our textile communication project, which I'm very happy to present because I actually started working in the industry like 20 years ago as a teenager as a t-shirt printer, and now I'm working on this project. So the agenda for today for my presentation is I got a short project summary, some research topics and first findings. So here's some data about the project. So textile RGB, got the foreground number, time scale. We started last year and we plan to finish next year in August. And he also got a link for the textile website where you, for example, can download the beta version of our FOGRAPH 58 textile exchange base, amongst other things. Now, this here is our research topic. So what we want to do within this project. So the first main focus is on characterizing and viewing. So collecting textile samples where you could also help us. Implementing ICC Max. So a framework that we need for this special topic. We will learn later on that one of the main problems here is that we need to convert between D65 10° and D52 degree values on the input and the output side, and that's CC Max is the framework that we need to implement for there. The second part of the project is in textile RGB working space. Some of you might already know we already got a candidate for that. So an exchange color space for the first time, and for FOGRA this will be RGB based working space, and there are a lot of things that we need to check then also in part 3 of the project. So we will do some field tests, proofing. Can we proof it? How can we proof it? And then number 3 will be quality assurance and guidance. So it's good to have an RGB working space, but of course, if you want to establish some quality assurance, you need a dedicated RGB control wedge. Also, majority of the standards, everything is CMYK based, so we need some more things here, frameworks for quality control guidance. So that's the 3 parts that we like to do. So I'm just gonna zoom out, and yeah, what you see on the right hand side is that we focused here really on a small market, textile printing. Which is a small part of digital printing, and there is some players here in the market that you see, and that's really one small part of digital printing. So for the color management, for the workflow, that's what we see here. We already have a beta version online. That's our FOGRA 58. You can download that from our website. That's here the beta version of our RGB exchange space for textile printing, which is big enough to cover things like what you see here. These are Pantone TXF swatches, so Pantone textile swatches, and you see here that actually we achieve a good coverage with the FOGRA 58, and those textile samples are big enough to cover that, what is relevant for textile printing. Also small enough so it can be proved, small enough that it can be printed with most of the players that we've just seen, Epson, Mimaki, different technologies. And as I said, this will be RGB because like every designer, textile designer working in RGB in a D65 10° world, much more than actually designers in the traditional printing industry, let's put it like that. They're a little bit used to CMYK using things like FOGRA 39, D52 degree. Textile printing, not so much. They're much more focused here on this reason. So the only way we can do this will be using here RGB as the central hub exchange color space to convert between any kind of designer reference here, this example as RGB. And then here on the output side, soft proofing, hard copy proofing, and then the textile printer. So that's the proposed solution for that. That of course causes many problems. So here I got a typical workflow showing a little bit, or I try to show the problems that we have. So we have here on the left-hand side, we have some sort of print or textile sample. So these are actually those Pantone swatches that I was talking about, TXF, Pantone textile standards. And we want predictable color. So this is we have some sort of D65 10° reference, LB values, and we want that on the soft proof. If we measure that, we want it to be the same LB color. If we have a hard copy proof, we measure that. That's why I have here a measurement device. we want it to be the same color, and of course in the print. And the problem is that on the input side we have this D50 D65 10 degree, and on the output side and on the printer side we have actually, the printer internally works with the 52 degree environment, what we know from traditional printing, from standard digital printing. And that causes problems because you cannot simply convert between the D65 LB value and the 50 LB value, at least not with the current ICC framework. That's why we need ICC Max. So some facts here why it's important. So the colors are sourced or defined, characterized spectrally. D65 10 degree in the textile industry, those samples, the designer, print buyers, that's how color is defined. So we need the printer to be characterized D65 10 degrees, same monitor and same for the light source, which actually is. So we need a fully D65 based workflow, and that's what we try to reach in this research project. And as I mentioned, part of the problem is to marry those D65 10 degree sourcing problem with the D50 2 degree world that our proofer understands at the moment. So every proofer, regardless which software you're using, GMG, CGS, EFI, it's at the moment the 52 degree more or less. So it's not so easy as it seems, and that's what we also see here in those graphics, that from the same spectral reflectance, copy that from an ICC white paper. So same spectral reflectance, and then we see the different, the magenta values actually D65, and then the black ones are the 50 values. And so if you convert in there's problems caused of the current method be used. We see that also here in the next slide. This is a solution provided in a white paper from ICC, how to handle this problem, D65 10 degree world and the D50 2 degree values. So you got a print measurement reflectance, spectral reflectance, then you apply a 10 degree observer, D65 illuminant. And then here you have to do some adjustments at the moment to get it into D55 2 degree. Otherwise, your printer wouldn't understand it. And so this can be done with a matrix that's proposed here. There's also other methods of doing it, which we will evaluate, check in this project. Here we have some first findings, something that Andy actually did. So what we did here is we tested two of these matrices here. So the 65 10 degree matrix proposed in here by ICC, and then also a standard regression method, scaling it, and then we checked those Pantone samples. We just saw LAB values. And that's the accuracy of the conversion between them. You see that the standard method actually performed a little bit better than the method by the ICC white paper, but still the problems is you got some error by this solution, and we hope that we can fix that by implementing ICC Max, so that there is, which provides some easier framework for the calculation between the 50 and the 65 values. So not so much bound then on the spectral, calculate with the reflectance, not so much bound then on the observer and or you can calculate independently about the observer and the reference light. Yeah, here you see the problem based also by profile making applications, and their different support for the 65 colorimetry. So we got here just some examples. The I1 profiler Cobra from Color Logic in Heidelberg, and you see here what they're supporting at the moment. So so there's also a problem that they not fully, or not every software understands D65 10 degrees, so that leads to the problems. And they're also at the moment working in the textile industry with conversion method of happy hacks, and we actually want to get some more standardized workflow for that, calculations, and then more predictable color. So that's the aim of the workflow part. Here we see now another first findings that we have. What we did here is we wanted to check if we go for proofing. So if you want to proof, for example, Pantone TXE swatches on proof paper, how good can we proof those textile samples? How good is the coverage? So we worked with an Epson 4880 printer, and then we have here some different proof paper provided by Schöller and Hahnemühle. And we see that so proofing actually already works quite well with the right hacks you have to apply. So you see that the average value here is actually very low, 0 point something, and even the quantile of those proofing paper is great. We have some outliers here, delta E maximums, from some exotic colors, like this example here. That's a Barbados cherry, which has a delta E of 9.7. There are a few other things, but the majority actually can be proved. So that's a thing that we already looked at. How good can you prove those textile samples? So that works quite well. Now we have to focus more, of course, on the printing side, how good we can then reproduce those colors. We have, that's another finding already, a result that we have. We created a RGB wedge. So for the textile workflow, that we can check the print, how good it is actually, and measure it, compare it against Phograph 58. We hope to later make it maybe something for the PSD handbook, where we can make a full quality assurance guidelines how to use this wedge, and then check against Phograph 58 to make sure your textile printing workflow is good. But there's still some work to do. So also, it's not just the problem with the D65 D50. One big problem is also the measurement, that you can characterize the textile samples correctly. So standard measurement devices to work for some samples, of course, not for all samples. So you need to work on that amongst many other things. But that's something we created also, that we can collect samples and then evaluate them. We already have together, thanks to Joe Judy, created some beta version for color settings for Adobe that you can or should use as a designer for textile RGB. We also have some explanations for that on the website. And of course, we've got more planned tests that you see in here. We test those methods that I just proposed, including the proposal of the white point of the ICC white paper, amongst others. And we will check the measurement devices, try to find a solution there, and also improve the workflow with the D65, D52 conversion, and Phograph 58, and the framework for characterization. So that was a short overview about our project. We plan to hold a dedicated project meeting in the April, May this year. So just contact me if you want to join there. We will be happy to present more solutions and more details then in this dedicated project meeting. But I think now we are open for questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Bertold.
I may I have a question, Andy?
Sure, please go.
Okay, I'm Bertold. I'm a little bit amazed that you say that with the current ICC you can't do what you want to do. Because what you have is that your viewing conditions at source and destination are exactly the same. The difference is that you have a 10-degree observer instead of a 2-degree. So in theory, you're right, but in practice, what they call the happy hack, you should do exactly what you can do exactly with what you want to do. And your delta E with the convergence going into the PCS and outside the PCS is delta E 0. Exactly, because it's a matrix. The only thing that can happen is that you are going to use two profiles, source and destinations, which have a different chromatic adaptation transform. So based on a different fundamental set, and then you have a delta E. But if it is well implemented, you won't have a problem here. So in practice, it will work. And ICC Max, I don't think is going to give you much better results in this case. It's we have similar workflows. We do exactly the same thing. We have also workflow for D65 and 10-degree. To be honest, the customer wants it. So if you would test your reproduction and you start from D65 to 10-degree and you have source and destination code properly like that, or you start the 52 degrees and you check the output and compare to the 65 10-degree flow, you don't see a difference even. You don't measure a difference even. So it's a mental thing, but of course customers want to measure their viewing conditions, so we should allow that. But you can do it with current ICC. Yeah.
It's also about as soon as you have not closed system, you know, as soon as someone has a pipette and in the workflow is would like to have color forecast, and then all the mess is starting. Where
but you can code it, Andy. You can just code D65 10-degree. The only thing is what happens inside in the CMM, and that has to be well coded. If you do it, and you have a good CMM, it works. Yeah.
Right. But as soon even if you have spectral data and say the profiler D6510, in some cases they make a chromatic adaptation and store it at D50, and then you have already a problem. Then if they make that.
If you're going inside the PCS and outside the PCS, the same chromatic adaptation transform. So based on the same fundamental primaries, you have a delta E of 0. That works.
Yes. But this is different.
And spectral data is not the issue. If I have spectral data, or if I don't have spectral data, there's no difference. It both works.
We chat off topic, Mark. We had some
okay, no
testing.
problem.
Yeah,
because this is an issue that I explained many times.
No, good to know that this is already implemented, or at least under the hood. That's good. That's I will add you
There's
to
a lot
our
of
list.
confusion in this case.
Yeah. I add you to the list. The Excel list Bertold showed you. I add you, and then you can see what happens to the different combinations of settings and data, and then perfect.
Yeah.
Would be happy to test it.
Just a second, Mark's comment. Sorry to jump in. I can confirm it works. There's a lot of confusion and misconceptions about this chromatic adaptation tag.
That's right.
In one sentence, ignore it, and life works.
No, you need to say it to the CMM.
No, you should say, Klaas, use the same source and destination, and then it works.
And it cancels out.
That's technically the same as ignoring it. Sorry. Anyway.
Okay, we have also
just a second, Mark. It works.
Please. Okay. No, it's good to know. It's just about if you see the detailed workflow implementation and this happy hacks already implemented, and Joe is using that already at customers. But this as soon as something intervenes, and you have mixed worlds with designs and specific values, like an Adobe RGB picture, and then you expect a specific tile of TCX sample, then having just an RGB value, and then having just an RGB value, and you would like to have the right palette information. And then it's important to have the right ecosystem and let people know what to expect and what ecosystem they need to get what they expect. But we have also some presentation or some contribution from Claudio. Can you share your 4 screens, please, Claudio, and then we can have a combined discussion?
Yes, if you make me the presenter. Okay.
Oops, that's already a little. Did you get it? Oh, yeah, yep. We see your slides already. Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, let's start here. Okay. Yeah. Last week, last year, we had a discussion with Andy, Joe, and Carlos from Inedit about this textile RGB Beta 1 candidate, because I was a bit confused how to use it. I thought it's intended as an input color space, which is actually not the case. So I want to point out the difference here and a practical example between assigning the textile RGB or other RGB color spaces as the source profile. That's what my first guess was. At the top, you see the Adobe RGB profile assigned to some RGB test image that is used by us and our customers. And at the bottom, you see the textile RGB Beta 1 candidate profile assigned to it. So you see quite strong differences between the two. And the arrows point out what I dislike about just assigning the profile and why I thought, and that was raising the discussion, it's not suitable as an input color space. I was mostly distracted, and this is what I also presented a year ago at the DPWG meeting. The blue color ramp here becomes a purple. The violet color ramp becomes more like a dark magenta. The magenta color ramp becomes a red. The red is orange. The orange is quite yellow. And so I was dissatisfied. And if you look at some image content that has changed by just assigning the profile, skin tones become very pale. This canyon here, which is kind of a memory color, which we expect to be kind of reddish, becomes also very pale. The sky becomes purple, and there are some sorts of other artifacts. So that was my initial question, if we should modify the profile with some difference in hues and maybe other areas. And then inside the discussion, it turns out, and this is also then quite obvious for me, that, and what Bertolt showed on one of his slides, we have to convert from a source profile, a source color space like Adobe RGB or sRGB into the either media profile directly or the intermediate textile RGB color space. And I show a comparison of both here. So the final profile is a CMYK orange, red, blue profile from reactive inks on cotton. And what you see here is kind of a soft proof. It's not using the soft proof technology from Photoshop where you use the A to B tables of the profiles. It's using a different approach, which is more accurate. So when you try to do the same in Photoshop, you will probably not see exactly the same results as I do here. So at the top, you see this intermediate conversion step from Adobe RGB. I have chosen relative with BPC here to textile RGB Beta 1, and then with relative plus BPC to our media profile. And at the bottom, you see the direct conversion to the media profile from Adobe RGB. The differences are quite subtle. You will not be able to detect them by just looking at these images side by side, I guess. Some might see a difference in this blue gradient, or also in this magenta-like gradient, but I will highlight the differences with a checkerboard comparison. So I use a mask a checkerboard mask to pinch through the top image and look at the bottom image, and it's an overlay of both. For in-gamut colors, you will mostly see no difference in these two passes, but for out-of-gamut colors, which are highlighted by these rectangles here, you see slight differences. And of course, the good thing is that for in-gamut colors, it doesn't change much. And it becomes clearer if we look at this part of the test image, which contains only out-of-gamut colors except the neutral gradient. There you see the differences much clearer. And I will highlight a few of these points that you can actually see the difference between the intermediate conversion and the direct conversion. So typically, this intermediate conversion step here results in a color change in this midtones of this magenta area. It's a bit more chromatic, but for yellow, it's a little bit achromatic, as well as for blue. The other areas are more or less neglectable, except here at the very cusp of the color gamuts. And at the bottom part of the gamuts, the direct conversion has mostly a little bit better, more chromatic result here. So it's just as an information. So mostly if we are using real images, we don't see much difference. But for out-of-gamut colors, or maybe also out-of-gamut spot colors, we will see some changes. As a summary, so we have to keep in mind that this textile RGB currently is an output-oriented profile. So it's useful to preview or soft-proof the approximate output of a common digital textile press, similar what I have shown you. It may result also in a better match on textile presses with different shape in their gamuts. So if you're using the same image content on different textile presses, it's good to convert to this profile as an intermediate conversion step, which acts similar as a PRMG, just for digital textile production. Although I think we have to get more investigation to confirm this. So what I just have shown here is only a brief example for a CMYK or a B color space, but we have to look also what's happening if we have only a CMYK orange or a CMYK blue color space, or also CMYK green if we are talking about pigment inks. So the variety is much higher in textile applications, I guess. Yeah, as I have shown also, the direct conversion to the media profile may still result in better color fidelity, but I'm sure that we can overcome this, because what we discussed as well is that the gamut shape might be optimized. So we could have also a little bit more colors from other ink sets. So for example, a slightly darker black point. At the moment, I think the black point is about 15 L-star, so we could maybe go down to 13 or 12. I've seen that for an acid ink set in the bluish region, it's much more chromatic. And also, it would be desirable if we have a more convex shape of the gamut, especially in this upper part of the yellow. So the media relative conversions, which we typically do in perceptual, is not clipping the colors. That was mostly the reason why the yellow area was a little bit less satisfying, less chromatic there, because the gamut hull of the textile RGB is not so convex in this region. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Claudio. Perfect. Okay.
Andy, Claudio, let me just kick in. This is Joe Trudy speaking about the textile RGB. So,
yeah, please.
Well, you're mentioning, of course, you're mentioning that you may see some, let's call it color fidelity differences between converting via textile RGB or converting to the final printer profile. I think that's the whole purpose of it, to be honest. What textile RGB is doing, it kind of statically maps out of gamut colors to always the same hull, more or less, the same way of compressing colors out of gamut in order afterwards to have a very, or let's say more similar result when you go to different RIPs, different profilers or different output devices. That's the whole point of it, no? So of course, you may have, let's say, more fidelity or color brilliance using different kind of profiling engines or out of gamut mapping functions when you use, I don't know, different profiling methods, which leads to probably more brilliant colors, but just also more different colors if you compare them to other devices or the RIPs or the profiling engines, for example. And the whole point of it was to map them statically always into more or less the same color environment, so that later on the interpretation from textile RGB to the printing profile has less variations based on different kind of profiles. So that's the whole point of it, no?
Yeah, I think I have made this clear as well in my presentation. If I did not, then I'm sorry, but that was also that, as I said, this acts like this PRMG. Maybe, Andy, if you can make me the presenter once more, then I can show you just what I mean.
Yes, keep on talking. I need to find you here in the listed way.
Okay. One of the two. Yeah. Okay.
It's like being disappointed at the beginning and then consistent.
So so I appreciate the approach of this textile RGB, and I'm all for it. Don't get me wrong here, but if, for example, I have to explain our customers why they are in this blue gradient, do not get that chromatic with textile RGB as with direct conversion, then I'm lost. Okay, and the customer will probably also lose trust in our solution or lose trust in textile RGB. They will claim, okay, I want this great chromatic blue in the dark areas. Okay, so, and if I'm not getting this, my printer can print it with some other approach, then he will not use it. So that's the only thing what I want to say. We should take care of not getting into traps like this. We can optimize this textile RGB, hopefully, and then I'm quiet. I'm not pointing this out anymore. So that's all. So please don't get me wrong. I'm not against it. It's exactly the opposite. I'm on your side. Just we have to fix issues like this.
It's about use cases. We need to say at which use case, what is the expectation and what is not coming alongside the expectations, and then we can clarify.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just add, the beta version that we have of the textile RGB ICC profile has a kind of a restrictive and homogeneous out of gamut mapping method embedded right now. And that could be that it may not give you the most chromatic result to begin with. So that's something, like you said, no, we need probably to have more tests of mapping results from original source gamut, let's say via textile RGB or directly to take a look which kind of, I don't know, chromacity results or saturation results we can get. And this is something we just have to benchmark and check which kind of out of gamut mapping method would be most suitable to avoid these kind of discussions finally.
Yeah, right.
If you let me
jump
in,
wasn't this relative color metric, Claudio?
Yes, but for out of gamut colors, there's still some interpretation needed, which is coming from the profiling builder.
Yeah, okay. So. But okay.
Only one consideration, if you let me in. This Fogra 58 textile RGB profile is the first one, and and is trying to accommodate many real situations in one single profile. If you take a look at the CMYK world, you have for us 27, 39, 30, 59, many options based on different substrates in different conditions. So I guess in the future we are going to, let's say, establish different textile profiles for different conditions to accommodate more this first of all this out of gamut situation.
Mm-hmm.
For me, makes a lot of sense to start developing new conditions, standardizing, let's say, reactive conditions, acid conditions. They change a lot. Pigment conditions, for example, they are quite different from the others. No? Yeah. So we cannot do the same thing with only one single profile. Many conditions are fitted inside. It was the first trial, the first development.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good starting point, at least.
But we also plan a full normal PA meeting. So Bertolt is currently looking for some dates to propose to have in end of April a fully committed meeting. Again, we are just here for sake of time, have a kind of an overview nature of our project, and I need to again look a little bit on the time, the clock, to see that this is just an overview of what we are doing and to see get the main points straight, and then we will have a full time again between the meetings anyhow, you know us, and then also at those dedicated PA meetings where we discuss the whole day about that topic, and then we have much more time for this topic and individually speaking about this one.
Great, thanks.
I thank you for your contribution, and that brings us to the next one here, the last one under our ongoing project. And Ludwig, I would like to give you the mic.
Okay, thanks. You just need to give me presentation rights. Yes. So.
Short and pregnant, you know.
Short and pregnant, okay. So, okay, my presentation is about the project modeling the color rendering properties of high-speed inkjet and establishing suitable paper characteristics. So, what's behind this rather long title? We want to identify paper properties that are responsible for the reached solid tone densities and TBIs in inkjet printing. So, and the second thing is we want to establish correlations between these paper properties and the print results. Our approach is that we do test prints on high-speed inkjet machines and evaluate that these prints regarding solid tones or densities and tone value increases. The second part is that we do laboratory examinations with the printed papers, which is divided into two sub parts. One is that we want to do test prints with a laboratory device, and the second part is that we measure pure paper characteristics. So the print trials on the inkjet presses are planned or are done like the following. We print 20 different papers on every machine, and yeah, the selection of the papers are manifold. So we have coated and uncoated offset papers and special treated inkjet papers. The test form is A4 size and consists only solid tones for the evaluation of the densities and screen wedges for the half tones. We are printing with black and magenta, and we do no overprints. So the total or the maximum ink coverage is 100%. our specification for the print trials for every press was or is that we want to print with the same ink amount on all 20 papers on that press. So the press should be adjusted to get ink uniformity across the format. So that will result in an equal ink amount across the format. And all 20 papers should be printed with that setup. We know that some prints will be bad or even really bad in consequence of wrong ink amount. Maybe there is too much ink on one certain paper or not enough ink on one paper. But that's what we want to see, how the paper characteristics or paper properties impact on the print result. So second point for our specification was the whole thing about primer or bonding agent or whatever you call it. So it's the same then for the ink. We want the same primer amount for all that 20 papers for each press. I wrote here, if possible. It depends on the press if it's possible to print with the same primer amount, but we want at least the same primer amount for coated and uncoated and several more paper grades. And as a third point, we want to do variations of that two things. So we want to do a variation of ink amount and the primer amount, or better, we want to print one print run without primer and one print run with primer. So where do we print on? We have 5 different printing systems for web machines, 1 sheet fed machine, and on every press of this 5 we are printing 20 different papers, so that we get 100 press paper combinations, and in total these are 68 different papers. So we have a little overlap between the single presses. So yes, but in total 100 combinations. On the right side you see how or what papers are printed. So it's divided into wood containing and wood free, coated, uncoated. We have even 3 newsprint papers that we print on. The majority are inkjet optimized and even 8 folding boxboard substrates. As I mentioned, we do also some laboratory tests. So we have a bunch of standard paper characteristics, starting with grammage and thickness, and ending here in my list with gloss and roughness. So these are the classic, typical paper tests. We do some evaluation of the spreading with a high-speed camera, where we put or deposit a water drop on the surface of the coated papers and following the contact angle and calculating the drop volume, so that we get information or more information about the water penetration. And for the uncoated papers, we do penetration tests with an ultrasound device to get the information from the uncoated papers. So lateral light scattering is another point, surface geometry, where we get the typical roughness numbers like RA or RQ, and we measure the pore volume and size. And as a last point, I have here on my slide local color fluctuations. So that's a method where you measure the reflectance factors on unprinted and printed samples, and you can match the unprinted values with the printed values, and do some calculation and get information also about the ink distribution in the area of interest. So our test sprints in the laboratory, we have here at FOGRA. So my mouse is, here is my mouse. So we have a laboratory test device. You see here some moving table or moving plate where we mount a sample carrier with an unprinted paper strip. We have here inkjet cartridge, and we can print here some test forms. You can see here on the right, it's just a full tone and a screen wedge, and we want to evaluate the laboratory prints as the print trials, so full tone densities and TVIs. And as a second measurement, we do some, I call it here, trying time tests. It's some counter tests. So we print again on our strips here. I zoom in a little bit. So we print here, and we have here some metal roller with a mounted unprinted paper strip. And right after printing, the whole sample carrier with the fresh print on it is counted against this unprinted paper strip with a certain pressure, and we get information about the drying state of the print if we evaluate this counter strip. Here you can see two examples of such tests. At the top, rather bad print because the ink doesn't penetrate more or less at all in the paper. So you get a lot of counter effect here. And on the bottom, there is a inkjet optimized paper where you can see there is, at least here at the picture, nothing visible. So it's a very good drying state in that example. Yeah, in the end, we want to correlate all the prints we've done with the paper properties we've measured in the paper lab. And we want to compare the laboratory print results with the paper properties, and may we get the information if we can predict the behavior on the real printing press with the results of laboratory prints. So maybe it can be used as a some kind of paper characteristics, so that you can do a test print in the lab and can predict the performance in the real production press. So Andy, that's
thank you very much, Ludwig. Yes, nice. So it's a little bit connected to us, but this is the nature of our meetings, to at least have a little bit more information and feedback for you to see what's going on, that our technical committees are not mirrors of our departments. It's like looking from the user point of view or the industry point of view to see what might be relevant for you. Is there any question or comment for Ludwig? Going, gone. Okay, that does not seem to be the case. Thanks again. And again, you know us, we are available. You can drop us a line, you can call us, you can visit us more or less right now, and double check and go into the details with respect to all of our projects. Yeah, that brings us to our finished research projects. So that are the ones which are closed, the final 3 presentations for today. and you should see this 3D soft proofing project. That is one we finished last year here in October, and we did it together with Fraunhofer and FOCRA. And the idea is just to explain very briefly what we tried to achieve and what did we come up with to provide those mechanics and framework to actually get a color accurate 3D soft proof. You might know and remember that the sub part of 3D printing, of additive manufacturing with respect to the appearance is called graphical 3D printing, and that is where the appearance plays a dominant role. And if it breaks, it's not so important. Of course, we are also working on that, but that is not the most important stuff here for those kind of small batches and a lot of market segment already where this is in place. You have seen this workflow already. This is more or less the same across all general principle connections. You see also that those kind of figurines of objects are quite expensive, depending here on the size actually, and that is really, again, if there's a technology called soft proofing which allows us for color and cloth reliable prediction, then that would be perfect. And so you see there's a lot of problems like in 2D 20, 30 years ago, the same object, different programs show differently, and many programs does not support ICC and this kind of stuff. The most important slide actually is giving here this ecosystem. When we talk about 3D rendering, we have much more complexity and much more parameters to consider, you know, an environmental map, with a defined illumination. We have to understand the surface properties of our objects, mostly abbreviated with the BRDF thing, you know, how is the reflectance distribution function. And of course, we need to understand the albedo colors, or the diffuse color of our objects being printed in different material adjustments. So those are the three big parameters which we need to understand. That is our laboratory here. We have two different viewing cabinets where we look at those originals, those 3D printed objects with a camera, trying to get a color accurate capture of our image. And then we have here our renderer, both free Mitsuba renderers and other physical based renderers, but also kind of an internal build research renderer developed by IGT, the Fraunhofer in Darmstadt. And so we did a lot of HDR capture here to capture that viewing scene, and this looks like this environmental map, and used a BenQ high quality monitor, profiled it, captured this very nicely to really provide everything in a way that we can do a good profile, a good match. Again, this is the albedo color, and because you hear the word quite often, you know, the diffuse reflectance of some objects, and combined with the specular part, you will get what we call the color in its general beauty, but that is important to differentiate. It's mostly not so important in our 2D world, even improving if you take the right proofing paper and then match it with 45.0, so the albedo color, then everything is more or less nice. And so we don't run into that problems quite often. But for 3D printing, this is dramatic. And so we can characterize the albedo color with the established means. Here you can see typically your 3D printed samples, and depending on the translucency and the subsurface scattering or the mean path length for the geeks, then we know what instrumentation is required to give you a dedicated reading. But for the goniometric measurement, it's difficult. Yeah, how can you get the right LAB values for each angle? You know, for each angle of illumination and detection, and that's quite challenging. And that's why we approach two things. One is just the measurement with different measurement devices, but also to model it. And then we can compare how good is the model. You know, this Glanzkeule in German. Yeah, I don't have a nice word in English, but this diffuse part here and this lobe, and then you have the spectral reflectance exactly at this input angle, output angle. And this is how it looks for MAT samples. And then we can compare different models or measurements with measurements or measurement with models to better and better understand this kind of variation. And the best model we found actually is the established coherence model. You can read the long version of the report to understand it better, but we have the metallicness, yeah, going from here to here, and you have a roughness index giving you some indication of what that parameter here means when you would like to simulate those kind of BRDF, because you don't have to the time and the tools to model it, to measure it. And so this is the way how we measure it. Also, these are the output angles, and then here's observer angles, and then this is the model, and then you can see with the delta E's next to it what are the accuracy to what our models here on the right can predict the actual measurements to then feed the 3D renderer to get an accurate 3D soft proof. And that is our setup. You know, we have typically three things here. One is the original, B is the rendering, and C is the image of the original. And the concept we came up with is to, for many good reasons, we have to postpone that for the PA meeting. We try to, anyone is interested in a match between A and B. Okay, the rendering should exactly say the real world outside, but for good reasons. And it's better, it's easier to compare the accurate photograph of that scene with the rendering. So in order to make an A-B comparison, which we all want, we make a BC comparison. And if we agree and if we prove that C is matching A, then we can transitivity, you know, then we can also say, okay, then when B and C matches, also B and A is a match. And that is, and it is and was the idea for our approach here. And that is something what comes out here when we have a patch-by-patch comparison of our different parts for multi-jet fusion objects, for objects printed with Mimaki, and objects printed with Stratasys here, and using different areas. Ignore the background. This was not matched and not modeled. So this is of course off. And here also, but it's important to have a look at the object here, which we are focusing on. The quality, the delta E's, which we have here, the delta E 2000 values are promising, are not what we know from proofing systems right now, but there are many contributing factors which makes it quite difficult and hard to achieve a 3D soft proof match, in particular because we are kind of the first actually trying to objectify this in a vendor neutral approach, as you know, FOCRA. But that this is a little bit more than validation print, and that is the way, the analogy I would like to compare. That means if you do anything right and you have the right ecosystem for capturing and rendering that objects and the type of objects, then you can almost get the validation printing quality in our 2D world. And that is, I think, quite a promising result. And as I explained this morning, we also continue that kind of work, and now also proposing kind of volumetric rendering. That means we would like to understand or better match objects where you need to have the subsurface light transport taken into consideration, because the dot gain in those kind of 3D printed translucent objects is much higher than whatever we found in 2D dot gain or TVI. Quite a funny analogy. Yeah, and this was about color. We also did it with cloth. We had this cloth scale, what Donatella showed us this morning already, with 6 different grades. And what we ask is the observer to judge the cloth level here in that scale, in that scale, and then also here for the reality for A, we ask for the ABC here. We ask for the reality in the scene. We ask for the accuracy of matching in the photograph, that we double check that our photograph is giving a right correct rendering, and then also individually for the rendering. And though we can see that based on the uncertainty, the match, you know, is quite good. That means also with respect to class evaluation, we find that our soft proof is providing a very decent, good image quality match. And that again, saves the date information for our event in October. That was my presentation for the closed 3D soft proofing project. Any question with respect to that project? That doesn't seem to be the case. Can anyone give me a technical sign that there's still someone with me on that?
Yeah, we are still
Okay,
here.
okay. Yeah, sometimes just breathe in and breathe out and then mute again. That gives me a good feeling. Again, this is something very spooky for me to get used to. Very good, very good. Thank you. Okay, with that being said, we continue to the next quick summary, and that is the barcode project. And Berthold was a project leader there, and he gives us an update of our barcode project. Please go on.
Okay, so from the world of 3D printing to the 1- and 2-dimensional world of barcode printing, a project that we finished last year. So I will just give you a brief update about actually just about the findings. So we developed a barcode test form and a spreadsheet called Property Finder in order to evaluate it. Some of the major findings, and then what Andy mentioned, I think before lunch, the future PSD chapter about barcode. So here's a project overview. So this is what we did in this research project. Main topic 1 was about a PDF tool and designing the test form. So pre-flighting capability to check barcode properties. Then topic number 2, data collection analysis. So yeah, we actually collected and measured a lots of barcode test forms. We did some evaluation, and then we also did some quality assurance. So we compared different barcode readers and other stuff. So main topic 1, besides the test form, which I show you on the next page, actually Callas created extended pre-flight capability to check the properties of a barcode. This was part of this project. Our part here was then to test this new module, which is so the PDF toolbox is not for free, but this feature is in the free demo is available. So you can check your barcode, and then if it gets the right properties, things like a barcode reduction, you can check if it contains data, if it's readable, and many other things. And we also published already a blog together with Callas, which you can find a shortcut on the website. So one main result was then what you see here on the left-hand side. This is our barcode test form, where we find a variation of different barcodes. So what we have is here a variation of the color. So the first one is POK, and then we've got different CMYs. We got an RGB, we got one with yellow background, and then from the left to the right here we applied some bar width reduction. So you see that on the right hand side it appears that there's more white space between the bars. Next, that's a bar width reduction. That's the same phenomenon like you know from offset printing, where we have a dot gain. So we know we have a dot gain in printing, so we reduce or we take consideration this in the prepress, and that's the same here for barcode, that you reduce the width of those bars because you know they're gonna grow in the print, and that's where we try to find the optimum. So the same is then mirrored here with a different orientation, and we've got the same for 2D codes, which you find here and here. Now for evaluation of this test form, you will need any kind of barcode verifier. And then we provided some Excel spreadsheet. That's the one here on the right hand side, and a video of how to use it. So especially, so you gives you some guidance. So you actually measure those barcodes. You start with the black ones to check which is your optimal setting, and then you can optimize the readability of your barcode. And the project, not sure if I mentioned it, the project was here focused on inkjet printing, high-speed inkjet printing. So everything I tell you here and so on is for inkjet printing, but of course you could print this and use this for any other printing technology. Of course we checked many things in this project. However, biggest finding was the bar width reduction. So you see what happens in print if you don't have a bar width reduction. Those lines, they simply get bigger, and that leads to a bad readability of the barcode, which can lead then to many problems in the production chain. So what we did in the test form is, you see it here again from the left to the right, we applied different bar width reductions, and then we measured it to check where's the optimum. And that's what we see here. That's one of the findings. Full results, of course, like any other research project, you find it in the official research report. You can get it from the website for free if you're a FOGRA member. So that's the barcodes, actually the readability is defined by an ISO standard. That's what we see here on the right hand side. Those ISO standard defines the readability of the barcode from very good to failed. So a 4 would be very good and a 0 would be a failed. And then here we have the total score of that's actually an average value of all the barcode test form that we measured. And so here we have the barcode, just the black barcode on the left hand side, and the bar width reduction applied. So on the left hand side 0%, on the right hand side then a very strong bar width reduction of 75%. This plot is called a box plot. So what you see here is the blue box actually indicates where between 25 and 70% of your values are, and the red line in the middle is your median value. So you see the median value with 0 bar width reduction is between a 2.5 and a 3, and then already if you apply just 15% bar width reduction, you see that the mean value and also a good portion of our barcodes already are within the 4 category, and then we have a here optimum at 30% bar width reduction. So that seems to be a good value to start with. If you are in high-speed inkjet printing, of course, you can use the test form and check this for your individual configuration. And on the right-hand side, we see the same, but now with different orientation. So first one that I showed you was within printing direction, and the other one is against printing condition, which was a kind of surprise finding. We thought there is a fundamental difference, but you can see it here from the box plot again, that here also you have a optimum with a 30% bar width reduction there. With the data that we have, there was no big difference in orientation of the barcode, whether it's in printing direction or not. So that was one big finding. So practical for the user, 30% good way to start in inkjet printing. We have here the same for 2D codes, the same thing, with positive, with negative contrast. And you see that the bar width reduction actually didn't have that big influence in 2D codes than it had in 1D codes. But we see if we look at the median value here, that at 25% roundabout bar width reduction, that's here. If you look at the median value, you have an optimum. So that's something that here you could start with. So these were most important findings, of course, we checked other things like the color codes, as I called them. So of course, the K100 100% black barcode performed better than a black or CMYK printed wedge or RGB printed wedge, but not that significant. We also see we have an optimum bar of reduction here at 35% for all of them, and of course the K1 is a little bit better, but not all the time you can do this. And you see that also with a rich black, so that's K and cyan here, that the performance is not so much worse than the 100% K. That's also a finding that we did have. Of course, we checked other things, but those were the most important findings. Another thing that I don't have here in the presentation, we also checked different barcode verifiers where we didn't find a too big variation. And now the next one thing that we like to do in the next version of the PSD handbook is make a chapter. You see here on the right hand side already a preview. So actually we want to make a guidance of our barcode test form, how to print it, how to use it, so you can find your best settings for your barcode, possibly also how to check it. And a link then to the video where we have the full explanation of our barcode property finder Excel spreadsheet. Of course, these were just some results of many things that we checked in this research project. Just check the barcode microsite for more results. And that's it from my side. So I give back to Andy.
Thank you very much, Bertolt. And we also developed a barcode uniformity metric, which we submitted for ISO. In JTC1, it's another ecosystem for information and data capture ID cards and this kind of stuff. And that is something where you can test with an Excel spreadsheet available free of charge, 100%, how many readings you actually need in your specific printing condition to be rely on the final overall quality scale. Normally you read so many times that you find a nice mixed protocol, but you know, if the recipient is getting it and is not successful or not happy with it, it doesn't make you any it just moves and postpones the projects. But with our metric developed, we can find out how many multiple readings, scan lines you need in order to be reliable, safe, that overall quality grade is the one you get when you fully behave as ISO dictates. Again, that is something you find in our webpage here too. Any questions for Bertolt? Okay, we have discussed this quite often, so this is something, again, you can find a lot of information online. Then I would go give the mic and the monitor to Yuan to update us today on the very recently, yesterday finished project. It ran to end of February, so that is just one day old, so to speak, and we will now get an update of the findings. Yuan, the floor is yours. Please go on.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna try to be brief. So about the project, all the download packages you can find already on the web page, and yes, which just ended yesterday officially. And here our motivation is to provide some tools, prerequisites for the color communication for the ECG workflow. And we do that with our with some work packages I will go into, and in some proposals for standardization, which is the focus 3. And like for the focus 1, for the data preparation for ECG, we have come up with the Fokker 55 beta 2 for the moment. And here I focused on the color consistency you can get with this exchange color space workflow. And so you can see if I apply the Fokker 55 workflow, so in the end it's indicated by this yellow bars here, you get across different presses. In our case, it's about 16 different ECG presses, mostly SIMYK OGV, but also some SIMYK OGB. And it shows very good MCDM scores in the end. That means that the outcomes are they're trying to simulate the Fokker 55 in a media relative way is close to each other, closer. And out of 7 out of 16 have achieved actually the quality level A according to PSD evaluation. So we see it as this improvement as very good direction. So, and more details can be read afterwards in this small paper I've written for it. And also it's similar in shape and other characteristics to other typical ACG processes, but maybe we can also push the chromaticity more, so as we see here. And in terms of the provability, it stays mostly provable for example, the Epson SP7000. Good. And for, yes, sorry. Okay. For the focus 2, we have developed this color characterization data evaluation test form that is vendor neutral, and many tests in this project is made on with this, and yeah, it consists of a characterization data chart that is SIMYK OGB based, but can also be used for similar data sets with similar data colorants like SIMYK OGB or SIMYK RGB, so that terms, and with some control elements that can be used in the first test with the press. But the profile accuracy based on this characterization data charts is quite promising, as we will see later. And for us, it's also usable if you only use a subset of it, for example, using the page 1 combined with page 2. And of course, if you use all 4 pages, you'll get better results. So, and we did towards this topic also a offset printing test, FASI printing, where the SIMYK is always printed in AM and then separately printed with the OGVs in AM and also in FM. So we have mainly two combinations that we call the AM screening test and the hybrid screening test. So and I will show some results with the focus on the SCTV linearization and the comparison of the two, the chromaticity we can achieve with these two the screening variations. So this is something that Hannah addressed before. So I want to say that the SCTV metric is a way to capture the tonality based on the colorimetrical values, and it doesn't change the physics. So if your color tend to have this hook So the hue change along the path, this path don't change. What change with the linearization is merely how the data points are placed along the path. So it gives to achieve a uniform spacing between them. So, and as can be seen here, is the red point is before linearization. The cross is indicating where the point is after the linearization. And here we can, based on this, we can suggest that always to use separate correction curves for orange, green, violet, because it's not always generic, like already linear before the linearization. So yeah, that's our suggestion. And in terms of the outcome, so I see a pretty good uniform visual spacing of these tones regarding to both when we see the L and chromaticity. So in that respect, we are more than happy with the result. Towards the comparison of the screening systems, here I have on the left side the very brief evaluation of in terms of the spider web and what has changed. And it's differently actually for these three colorants. For green, if you look at the improvement, if you use a hybrid screening, that means the CMYK is printed in AM screening, and with green printed in FM, you have a gain in a small gain in rather in the green section, which is desirable, but the improvement is not overall so much. And for orange, it's clearly that it's better. So if your aim is to reach the most chromaticity in our case, is then to stay in AM. But it's a different story for surprisingly for violet, for example. So in our case, if you print the violet color in FM, you'll gain much more chromaticity, and especially in the blue violet section. So so what we suggest is to view to evaluate this in a similar way, to check if the chromaticity improvement or whatever the delta C is worse, if the gain is worse the pain, and to evaluate this before making a decision if we go AM or FM, and also with regarding to the house internal implementation of tolerances, for example. So, and towards the color profiling, I've concluded also the results we have achieved from the multicolor forums with regarding the profile accuracy of two different approaches, which is one is the test chart based modeling, and the other one is the spectral prediction based modeling. And overall, it's a great improvement we have seen based on the result from 2018 and 2019. And we will try to extend the forum and to be able to present the improvement in a technical view in the next multicolor forum. And in our focus 3, standardization, we have reached out proposals, for example, for the printing order tag, for exchange format for control data, process control data, and which is developed along the project where we have occurred. We were confronted with the problems during the multicolor forum, where the print order is not defined uniformly, and which causes misunderstanding. Good. And also the proposal for the validation print creation, and with regards to the evaluation of multicolor printing. Good. And here I'd also like to address that we are continuing the multicolor forum project, which should be held next time in 2022, with the motivation as last one, with some improvements and extensions to bring more attention to the PDF processing, for example, and addressing the usability of a multicolor report circuit, and that gives an so prediction of the spot colors and so on. So we want to address some use cases that interest the users that are utilizing ECG color management systems and presses, and maybe we can come up with a strings of use cases that demonstrate the ECG printing workflow and can show the usability of this and compatibility of different vendor solutions in a better way than we have done in 2019, for example. Yeah, so we have these proposals, and I'm sure they'll be circulating in some time, so we can discuss it in another more dedicated meeting for it. Yeah, that's all from my side.
Wow, quite intense. Thank you very much, Yuan. So, are there any questions or is there feedback? Again, we will share that information. The measurements, experiments will be provided separately by means of the measurement data, so you can all redo and double check our evaluations, since we provide all the measurements based on our test runs. And again, with respect to the color management symposium and where we provide this multicolor forum, so the multicolor forum will be part of the color management symposium as a dedicated session. That is the plan. So that means we will approach the usual suspects anyhow, and see what the feedback is. If there's need, then we do it, and if people tell us no, we don't need it anymore, then we won't do it. So that is again quite important to stress that this is the right platform to tell us what you want us to do. Any feedback for Yuan? Okay, then that fits nicely to the plan of both conveners. Just told me that they have to leave at 3:30. Klaas, would you 1 minute about your topic, which we skipped briefly, about the perfect chart? Can you just update us very briefly on what you tried to tell us here?
Yeah, well, it's about a blog post which I wrote. This was the initial thing where Andy asked me to give a presentation. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to prepare something.
Can you share the blog post that anyone can just capture it and then we close it quickly?
Oh, sure, sure. Too many screens, sorry, too many screens.
Yeah, and we are almost at the end. We are just then entering topic 19 after that, and then we are already at any other business.
Share screen, here we go. So of course, this blog post is marketing.
Just make full screen. Just make full screen. Otherwise, we see too much from your background screen.
How does it work? Or maybe just put it this way.
The green isn't the green button here in the Mac?
Den grünen Knopf links oben unter Safari.
Links oben.
Ah, here we go.
Yeah.
I hate this functionality. So don't use it. So yeah, so I wrote a blog post. It's of course marketing, but there's a lot of technical background behind. We introduced a software called the MyEro Tools, and we have profiling charts integrated, which have little to do with IT873, IT874, ECI 2002, nothing. And people come back with a question, can I use an IT874 for profiling, or why don't you use an IT874 for profiling? And as answer, I wrote this blog post. The thing is, when you do an ICC profile, what is an ICC profile? An ICC profile is a method to store characterization information as as interpolation. You have very few information in ICC profile to characterize the complete printing process. So in order to make this as accurate as possible, you have to consider different things as a compromise. And a typical profile or a typical characterization chart, which we know, like IT874, ECI 2002, is a general chart which is very good to check the accuracy of a resulting print. But from our experience, and I'm not alone, it's experience of other profiling engine manufacturers, it's not the optimal solution to do an ICC or to create an ICC profile. Why I mention this here is I want to make people aware that our customers, if I look at the attendees list of this meeting, there's very few end users here. The end users ask, why don't you use an IT874 for profiling? I think we should find a common message to the market that charts like IT874 are very good to check the overall performance and accuracy of a resulting print. They are not necessarily the best way to characterize a printing system to create ICC profiles. In this blog post, I also proposed a test, which is basically if you use only the white point and you check against a profile done with an IT874, you might come up with the result that the IT874 is better. But if you take a small chart and check against a bigger chart, maybe you realize that the smaller chart was good enough. There is a chart which is also used by FOGRA for the contract proofing system evaluation. It is called the ECI Zwischen. It's a chart created by Hanne Hofstadt, which contains CMYK values which are not inside the ECI 2002. So what you check there is if your proofing system is able to predict CMYK values which have not been measured, your profile is good. And this is the point. It's about which patches do I need to measure to create a good prediction of my printing system. And it is very, very seldom that an IT874 is the best chart in case of digital printing systems. So proposal is, let's communicate that charts like IT874 are very good to check the quality of a printing system, but they are not standard for profiling.
Not optimal for profile making.
It
Can you
depends on
share
the
the
printing
link?
system. If they are optimal, it's just the point that they are the standard to check accuracy. They are not the standard to create the profile. That's the point.
Can you share the link here in the comments, the chat button?
Sure.
And yes, for me, it perfectly fits to our experience. It's important to educate the user, of course, that there is something like profiling and something like a quality check, and there's also something like different profiling models, and of course the grid point are mostly following the nature of the underlying models used, and that's why the charts look different from different manufacturers, and then having an independent kind of test, you can double check. That's what I like, and people can make up their minds on their own to see whether for their specific use case there isn't a better chart to use.
This becomes specifically important when it comes to multicolor profiling. For CMYK profiling, this is already important. For multicolor, it becomes more than important.
Yes.
Because you need to consider the separation of the engine later. If you never mix magenta, yellow, and red, you don't need to characterize it.
Right. That is just an efficiency factor. But Nick, you have something to say?
I could agree with that this chart is not the optimal chart for getting the characterization data, but I also disagree with that this chart is the best chart to see whether to qualify the quality of your separations, because with this chart you only get the color space of your input profile, which is usually either FOGRA 39 or FOGRA 51. So you never know how good your profile is working outside that color space. And for specific reasons, I think the gray parts are sometimes more important than what is in there. So it depends what you're looking for.
Right, the use case. This is optimizing a gray balance, for instance, for some high quality applications, you need to sample the color space at every 5 or 3 L-step values to accurately, nicely characterize a gray balance, for instance. And even then, if you have to your P2B chart, it's much less. So even then, they will kill me for that, but I don't care.
Packaging printing, but in packaging printing, it's more important how good you are with the colors who are outside of the CMYK part. So I don't think we should say that this is the best chart to qualify your separation.
Yeah, this is an addition. Just an additional.
I never did this. The thing is, what I want to stress is that charts like IT874, ECI 2002 are good to characterize the accuracy, but people should not expect that these charts give the best profiling accuracy.
Why do you want to change? I mean, if you have your profiling accuracy, why don't you use the same chart for your qualification?
Because FOGRA is publishing test charts or PDF files where there is an IT874 inside. And people think that this is the holy grail. That's the
Yeah,
point.
we never promise and never sell this.
No, you never do it. You never. I know,
no, but
but
that's why it.
you know the impact. If there's a
Yeah,
FOGRA test form with an IT874 on it, people think that this is what you should use for everything.
and that's why we added to the agenda today, class. Just to not ignore you.
That's why.
Yeah.
And that's why I think exactly we should say that that's only an ideal test chart for color printing or something like that. But it's always
No, it's even
only
not ideal for
limited
4-color
to
printing. It's even not ideal for 4-color printing. It's,
okay.
It's like
so
it's like a big media wedge. It's good to check
yes.
accuracy. And if it's good for profiling, depends on the profiling engine and the printing process. The printing condition, to
Correct.
be precise. And this is something
I think the question is just
which
for
is
us
very
how to
hard to
communicate that.
communicate to the public.
Yeah.
And this was my, basically, this is my point, that we should be
We should add a one page at the PSD
proactive,
handbook.
or at least not shy to tell people, no, the IT874 is not the holy grail.
Class, I just give you an action item to draft one page, and then we will, by means of adding and extending our PSD handbook with barcode and ECG, we can also add this half a page or one page guidance on optimal charts, which was on the characterization part. And then you just make the first draft, and then we circulate it within Digital Printing Working Group, and then we will add that to the PSD handbook, and then you can point any customer to the PSD handbook and tell, here, have a look. That's what FOGRA says.
I just want to chime in, Claudio, here. Sorry. Before I leave, so there is one reason for the IT874, and not only historically the way it was constructed, but several profiling engines support this chart as a generic test chart for profiling. And if you have ever tried to put something into a profiler that's not supported, you will end up with a distorted profile. So printing an IT874 chart to characterize the CMYK system gives you the ability to use this standard chart in various ICC profiling engines and get a profile that you can compare against. If we turn to charts that are proprietary, then you are bound to the engine you printed the chart with. I think we need to come up with something more generic that can be implemented by the profiling vendors as well. So before blaming the IT874, we should, as Andy pointed out, sketch a draft how we can create a new standard that is maybe more open for variations, and anybody can adapt. So that's just my
the scope. Like every good standard has a scope, Anwendungsbereich in German, yeah. And so if you are using something out of scope or nearly out of scope, you get problems. And the more you use something out of scope, the more problems you get. So that is simply the case. So that is something.
But that is the point, Claudio. That is the point. From my point of view, it doesn't make sense to create a standard chart for profiling, because then you end up with 2,500 patches to be able to mimic all the proprietary needs of a profiling engine.
Yeah, but customers want to pick one solution over the other because it's maybe smoother or has different features for saturation intent or something else, and nobody wants to print 3 different charts for 3 different engines. So I understand all the customers who print the IT874 chart. It might not be the optimal chart for their press, but it gives you a profile or different profiles that you can compare against. And if you're using a proprietary chart, you have to redo it over and over again. I think standards make sense in a certain way.
Yeah. It's a good finishing word for that one. And yeah, there are, again, in a closed loop system, you can do what you want. And even if it is good, you can do it sometimes you can get to the same quality with half the patches. And so then the target is also okay, but not optimal. Yeah, or quarter. That's something we found out in the ECG project, where sometimes factorization is up to factor of 10 in some cases. So yeah. A closing word, class?
Yeah, I have to leave, unfortunately. Thank you, everyone, for attending this meeting, for staying so long in this online meeting.
It's hard for online meetings. It's very hard for online meetings, yes.
I have to leave now. I have the next meeting. Wish you a very good day, fruitful discussions, and thanks again for attending this very important meeting. Yeah, online meeting. And
gathering.
As said at the beginning, this is the meeting to tell FOGRA which problems they should solve, and as stressed during the discussions, it has to be realistic for FOGRA. Thank you very much for the contribution. I have to leave.
Klaas, thank you very much.
Week. See you soon.
Yes, maybe you have time to join in tomorrow for our next gathering here. Okay, but let's bring us, let's close our meeting here, and that brings us to topic 19, which is the requirements concerning the future meeting. Again, our tradition is to have an annual meeting and intermediate online meetings if there's a need for it or the request. And as you see in this every 2 years, we plan this color management symposium. We already have the response from ICC to accept the invitation to come in order to plan again the very nice and colorful week, March 2022 in Munich. And that means we will have again the ICC meeting on Monday and Tuesday. We have the color management symposium on Wednesday and Thursday, and that's like last year, the Friday for the digital printing working group meeting. And that brings us now to the point 20. Any other business? Just a very quick comment on our web academy. This is a quite successful launch of our online meetings here, and that is the academy is what we have at FOGRA, but the web academy is completely online at 9 a.m. and 5 a.m. For different time zones. And shortly we will present the content of the next year. It will be a year-by-year program, and so you can update yourself on the content for the coming semester, so to speak, in a few weeks to stay up to date. The Color Management Cafe is also something which is going on now for more than 2 years. It is mostly in German language. Like on Wednesday, we will have Jürgen Gemeinhardt from GMG, but sometimes we have English events like with Joe, Judy, or with Dave Hunter on January, and that is then
I think it's
freely
Jürgen Seitz,
available.
not Jürgen Gemeinhardt.
Oh, I said Jürgen Gemeinhardt. Okay, sorry, Jürgen Seitz. It's Jürgen Seitz from GMG. Thanks. Too long a meeting here. Web Academy, and let's go here to German, and then we will have also the cafe here, and then you can see what's coming. The next one again will be Jürgen Seitz, of course, and then we will have 3D printing, a 2D print and offset printer who actually managed to become a 3D printer right now. That it will be in April. And the 3D forum, I gave you the rough indication already. It's on October 21st, just to let you know, because some of us are interested in also having a closer look at the 3D ecosystem, and that is something for them. Yeah, any other business? Anyone want us to add something or to share something? Then this is the final option right now. If That is not the case. I thank anyone for staying with us at this long time online meeting here. I very hope that we have the next year meeting face to face again, and wish you a nice day. Stay healthy, stay negative, and think positive. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Hi Andi, morgen um 9, oder?
10.
10.
Bye bye.
Yes.
Morgen um 10. Danke.
Ja.
Und vielen Dank für die ganzen Präsentationen.